The bone-level Dan that the Nine Heaven School obtained were all refined by Feng Yujie, Hua Shengyue, and the others. They provided the Nine Heaven School with bone-level Dan and exchanged it for a lot of resources. The size of the Nine Heaven School was very big. They could easily obtain them for them. The bone-level Dan that the Nine Heaven School obtained were all refined by Feng Yujie, Hua Shengyue, and the others. They provided the Nine Heaven School with bone-level Dan and exchanged it for a lot of resources. The size of the Nine Heaven School was very big. They could easily obtain them for them. The Nine Heaven School knew that had refined the bone-level Dan first, and that the relations H.I. plus P between Qin Xiang and the big boss of the Nine Heaven School was very good. Even leader Gu Dongqin had to call Qin Xiang Junior Master, and it was because of this that LV Chilian and the others would provide the bone-level Dan to the Nine Heaven School, allowing it to become stronger. Chen Xiang, you don't need to do anything this time. We can handle this. XV Weilong said very seriously. Let's see. Was it really that easy here? I feel that something is amiss. You guys should know that devil-killing Divine City was ambushed previously. You guys should know about this. It is hard to say whether the H.E.L. Devil Emperor has attacked near this Divine City. Chen Xiang also had a serious face. The insect eggs near the devil-killing Divine City were not simple objects. He had never checked around Nine Heaven City before, and did not know if there were any, but he knew that there were patrols around Nine Heaven City, and it was unlike the devil-killing Divine City where there was a large amount of evil spirit force to cultivate bug eggs. I heard that back then. Because of this incident, the Fire God who was in charge of this matter at H.L. Devil Emperor became angry out of Imbara. Meant and threatened to turn devil-killing Divine City into H.E.L.L. XV Weilong nodded. Chen Xiang was about to speak, but his entire body suddenly tensed up as he looked at a corner in the hall with a face full of vigilance. There was actually someone here. Zhu Rong and the others also jumped up from their seats, and when they looked towards the direction that Chen Xiang was looking at, they could hear the sound of giggling. Qin Xiang is still the best to be able to find out that I was here, although the few of you guys have more divine deity than Qin Xiang, but your reactions were so slow. If I had attacked you guys just now, you would all have been done for it. The person who appeared was a cute girl wearing a blue skirt. Her small and beautiful oval face was filled with a mischievous smile. Lon Lon. Qin Xiang was extremely happy. She anxiously walked forward and pinched her cute little face. Lon Lon, you have not grown up yet. For so many years. You are still a little girl. Lon Lon was not convinced. He puffed out her full chest and said, I am just a little short. With a baby face, I am already an adult. The relations H.I. plus P between Qin Xiang and Lon Lon was extremely good. Back then, they had experienced danger together and were good friends. Although Lon Lon was older than him, he still treated Qin Xiang as a big brother. Just now, Lon Lon had used her extremely unique inherent skill. She could make herself invisible, and the reason why Qin Xiang fought against her in the past was because she had hidden herself and beaten him up. That cat girl should also be here, right? Yun Xiaodao suddenly trembled as he looked around. Every time we meet again after a long time, the two of you always like to scare others. Her body was extremely tough. Back then, Qin Xiang had beaten her up, but she was fine. She was as agile as a cat, and when she attacked, she liked to use cat claws. Qin Xiang had also interacted with her for a period of time and had experienced a lot of things. She was taught by the white tiger later on because she was a rare 9 lives demon cat. Yanran was a very charming beauty. When Chen Xiang first met her, he was enchanted by her seductive charm. Lon Lon chuckled. She's already here. Let's see who can find her. Chen Xiang released his spatial sensory domain, but did not discover anyone else present. He pinched Lon Lan's face. Lon Lon, don't tease us on purpose. Yun Xiaodao also said, Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, are you lying to us? The cat girl isn't here, right? She's purposely messing with us. Zhu Rong laughed. If even Qin Xiang did not realize it, then this must be a lie. She isn't here from the start. Lon Lon laughed. Old pig, do you want to take a gamble? If he wants to bet with Chen Xiang, he said that the cat girl isn't here. Zhu Rong would never bet with an acquaintance. He would be laughed at if he lost for a while. Duan Sanchang also confirmed the change and said, Based on my many years of experience, there shouldn't be anyone hiding here. The cat girl is definitely not here. Are you sure? Do you dare to bet? Lon Lon said with a smile. Although his smile was very sweet and looked very cute, it still gave off a very cunning feeling. Nope. Duan Sanchang only believed in his own scouting methods. But back then in the dragon subduing school, they had worked together with Yan Yanran for a period of time. At that time, Yan Yanran was extremely terrifying and he trained extremely hard, to the point where even the few men present were unable to catch up. After the dragon subduing school was disbanded, Yan Yanran and Lon Lon, who were like sisters, traveled all over the place. It was only after many years did they finally see Lon Lon. After using the Dao Hard Eye, he could see the flow of all sorts of elemental energy in this hall. Originally, it was distributed fairly evenly, but right now it was a little chaotic. I saw her. Qin Xiang smiled slightly as he reached out his hand and gently touched a spot next to Lon Lon. He saw that, in a flash, a charming woman wearing a red dress appeared. You're still so powerful. How did you discover me? I can use this method to hide from the elders and Leader S. Yan Yanran asked with that gentle voice. She looked at Qin Xiang with her charming, silky eyes. Her eyelashes flickered slightly, as though she was trying to hook Qin Xiang's soul. Qin Xiang had touched her beautiful face just now, and he did not move away yet. He gently touched her face and laughed. It's just because you smell too good. I'm very familiar with the smell of your body. I'm afraid that Qin Xiang is the only one who can deal with this cat girl. Zhu Rong said softly. Yun Xiaodao quickly distanced himself from him, worried that Yan Yanran would attack him head-on. Yan Yanran obviously didn't believe Chen Xiang's nonsense, but she didn't ask too much. She only glanced at Chen Xiang with autumn waves in her eyes and gave him an intoxicating look of gentleness. You have been to the 9 Heaven School. Elder Wu asked you to come? XV Weilong asked. Back then, when the Dragon Subduing School was still around, Yan Yanran and Lon Lon were specifically responsible for gathering information, and occasionally did some signation missions. They had all done very well, and now that Wu Kaming had asked them to come, it was probably because he wanted them to do something. Yes, he and your leader will be coming soon. Yanran nodded his head, walked to the door, looked at the great evil Qi in the sky outside the city and sighed. 9 Heaven City and 9 Heaven School faced the same danger. Yes, he and your leader will be coming soon. Yanran nodded his head, walked to the door, looked at the great evil Qi in the sky outside the city and sighed. 9 Heaven City and 9 Heaven School faced the same danger. The expressions of Yun Xiaodao and the others changed. If Gu Dongqin and the others were to come personally, then this matter must be very serious. Oh yeah, did you say your leader just now? Don't the two of you plan to enter the 9 Heaven School? Zhu Rong asked. We have already joined the hundreds of Flowers Village. Lon Lon laughed. But you can rest assured. Now we are here to help you. Our village chief will also come. Initially, LV Chilian was very ambitious. She said that she wanted to establish a divine nations. However, her strength was limited now, so she only claimed that she was a village. However, she had developed secretly quickly, and with her dragon fountain, she would definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. All right, since we are all in the same group, your village chief's parents are all in our 9 Heaven School. Yun Xiaodao said, that Grandma LV is too scary. Her 2 daughters are the same. Zhu Rong suddenly plus Vered. The last time I went to look for her, I only smelled a plate of fruits on her table and almost took my life. Devil-suppressing, heavenly venerable LV Zhan and Grandma LV Worse and his parents. and they were currently in the 9 Heaven School as well. After all, the devil-killing Heavenly Ji, D was there as well, and LV Zhen could be considered his disciple. Luckily you didn't eat it, otherwise I would never see you again. You be A-S-T-A-R-D. Yun Xiaodao laughed. XV Weilong asked, "Do you all know the situation outside the city? Didn't you say that the 9 Heaven City was very relaxed? Why are you suddenly paying attention to this? What exactly is the danger?" Yan Yanran said, "I'm not too clear either. I just heard from Marshal Elder that there are some bugs." After Chen Xiang heard it, he took a deep breath abruptly. "This is troublesome, El Devil Emperor really did let this scary thing be born here. I hope it doesn't end up in a miserable state." Because Chen Xiang had heard Yuer talk about the giant D world being destroyed by the evil worms. He knew about the dangers of those bugs. "Is it really that scary?" Yun Xiaodao asked. Chen Xiang nodded his head. "It should be, but the initial stages are easy to deal with. If it's later, then I'll be in trouble." "I have to go back and prepare," Yun Xiaodao said. "When I went back to get some good equipment, I thought it was just a small matter." Zhu Rong laughed. "I also need to prepare. Go eat a good meal." Afterwards, the two enemies left at the same time. Duan Sanchong and XV Weilong returned to rest and wait for further news. "When did you join the Hundreds of Flowers Village? Why didn't I see you guys inside?" Chun Xiang touched the pair of translucent wings that Lan Lan released. "They joined very early on. It was Sister Qilian who found us. We were also in the village often, but we just happened to have some matters to attend to." Yan Yanren chuckled. "Little scoundrel, I didn't think that you would have so many bad things that no one knows about." Chun Xiang laughed. "Don't speak nonsense. This little naughty dragon is discrediting me everywhere." Lan Lan laughed. "I actually think that you, elder brother Shin, are very powerful. Those powerful older sisters all seem to have a good relations. I plus P with you." Chin Xiang laughed. "Aren't you guys on good terms with me too?" Yan Yanran and Lan Lan were both very clear that the reason the outstanding women in the Hundreds of Flowers village were able to gather together was mostly because of Chen Xiang, and why they were able to become so strong was also because they needed Chen Xiang's help. "We're going back. Sister Qilian said that she will be here soon." Yan Yanran said. "Return to the Hundreds of Flowers village?" Qin Xiang asked. "Of course not. We have a shop here, and 100 Flowers Pavilion is our shop. Do you want to take a look? If Sister Qilian comes, she will also be sent to the secret teleportation room of 100 Flowers Pavilion." Yan Yanran said, "Let's go." Chen Xiang followed Lan Lan and Yan Yanran as they left the city lord's mansion, and soon arrived at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The size of the 100 Flowers Pavilion was extremely large, with over a dozen large pavilions and more than 10 stories tall. Here, not only were pills sold, but there were also divine weapons and magical equipment. There were even arrayed discs here. Business is not bad. Chen Xiang followed them to a guest hall. This should be their private place. It was very quiet and cozy. The hall was filled with a faint female body scent. Sister Violet Orchid must have been here often. Chen Xiang could feel it from the remaining fragrance in the air. "Dog nose!" Lan Lan laughed. "Did you really sniff out Big Sister Yanran's scent?" Yan Yanran poured Chen Xiang a cup of tea and was extremely curious. "Definitely not. I've already hidden my smell." Chen Xiang took a sip of that fragrant tea and laughed. "That was what I saw with my own eyes. I had seen all the various types of gaseous energies in the hall at that time, and only the divine energy that was flowing around where you were standing wasn't natural enough. Your method of concealment should be through invisibility and the release of divine energy from your body. This way, you will be able to blend into nature, and it will be difficult to discover you." Qin Xiang said, "Not bad. Your mind's eye is really powerful. You can actually see it." Yan Yanran had also gained a lot. Although not many people would be able to use Dao Heart Eye in the future to improve herself, She had to pursue perfection. If I wasn't a little more careful, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to discover you. Your ability to conceal yourself is already very strong. Chen Xiang said, if you can increase your spatial power, isolating yourself from SPAC, then you'll be able to conceal yourself very well. Using the power of SPAC is easier said than done. I've tried. Although I can use it, I can't use it freely. Yan Yanran shook his head and sighed. You will in the future. When you return to the Hundreds of Flowers village, find Yu Er and she will teach you. She is very proficient in this aspect. Chen Xiang laughed. Furthermore, you are all cats. We will definitely get along well. Yes, I heard Sister Feng talk about Yu Er. Yan Yanran nodded. Cute little white cat. I really want to go back and see her. Lan Lan really wanted to return right now. Seeing her expression, Chen Xiang laughed. You are also very cute, you big elf. Now that a group of little elves from Hundreds of Flowers village have wings like yours, you can go back and play with them. Yan Xilin, who was wearing a white dress, suddenly walked in and saw Chen Xiang and the others chatting. Sister Zilan, you don't look nervous either. Lan Lan walked over, held her jade hand, and asked, what is the situation outside? Is it serious? Don't worry, the defensive power of the formations on the Nine Heaven City is very strong, and with the support of the dragon veins, they can at least hold on for over 100 years. Those group of devil army do not have enough resources, so they will not last long. Yan Xilin looked at Chen Xiang, and this matter was the latest discovery of Chen Xiang's. After Yuer told everyone about the origins of the evil worms, she had already spread them around, telling everyone to pay attention. LV Chilean came over, and the moment she entered the shop, Chen Xiang immediately felt her qi. She seemed to be in a hurry as soon as she entered the store. LV Chilean came over, and the moment she entered the shop, Chen Xiang immediately felt her qi. She seemed to be in a hurry as soon as she entered the store. You're here too. LV Chilean said the moment he saw Chen Xiang. Sister Chilean, is there something important? You look like you're in a hurry. Chen Xiang felt that LV Chilean seemed to have something very urgent to do, and furthermore, he seemed to be rather happy that he had appeared here. LV Chilean nodded his head and said, right now, we already have information on those evil insects. The information we have gathered is that the evil insects all have a queen, and this queen has only recently nurtured it for a short period of time. Furthermore, a large number of evil insect eggs will be born every day, just like ants and bees. So, how many bugs are there now? Yan Xilin asked anxiously if there was a large group of evil insects. Then it would be hard to imagine. I only found 5. It's not easy for L Devil Emperor to cultivate these 5 bugs. Previously, there were 10 outside of devil-killing Divine City, which he had been raising for a long time. After LV Chilean sat down, Yin Yanran had already brought her a cup of tea. LV Chilean took a sip and continued. Right now, there are 3 that are near the Nine Heaven City, and the other one is with the Nine Heaven School. These evil insects are all very strong, so they must have been born a long time ago. Looks like all of these demonic insects are controlled by the L Devil Emperor, otherwise they would definitely not be obedient. Chen Xiang frowned. Looks like their main target this time is the Nine Heaven City. LV Chilean said, it is not controlled by the L Devil Emperor, but by a mysterious power behind the L Devil Emperor. Previously, we had always thought that the L Devil Emperor had been abandoned by the other divine nations because they knew the 9 heaven worlds' potential. If the 9 heaven world consumes the Super G, D-realm, then the L Devil Emperor will definitely be in charge of suppressing us at that time. Don't worry, there's still the Heavenly Divine Lord. Great Divine Lord and the rest should have already gone into hiding, and their target should be those divine nations Chen Xiang said. Yan Xilin asked, Sister Chilean, How did you suddenly know about this? Our spies shouldn't be able to find out about these things, and the 9 Heaven School S aren't good either. It's clear that only the people hiding in the depths of L would know about it, and their positions aren't low either. LV Chilean nodded his head. Indeed, it wasn't us who investigated about it, but a force called Fu Tian School, who provided it to us. Gudong Chun, Ren Tianyong, and the others were also present at that time. Fu Tian School? I have heard that this is a very well-hidden sect, and it has been developing in secret for a long time. Yanran suddenly said. She looked at Lan Lan, who also nodded. After Dragon Subduing School was disbanded that year, Yanran and I traveled all over the place and heard about this Fu Tian School. Lan Lan frowned slightly, but the impression this Fu Tian School gives us is not very good. LV Chilean immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Gu Dongqin, Ren Tianyong, and the rest do not know anything about this sect, much less me. Yanran lightly snorted. Then the cultivation method Fu Tian School S cultivate is. When Lan Lan and I first said that small city, nearly half of the women inside harbored hatred towards that leader, and the men of the small city hated the fact that they couldn't wait to kill that leader. Lan Lan also said angrily, "We just arrived at the small city, but somehow the news spread out we were invited by a group of people to the Fu Tian School all day long. After knowing about this, we wanted to teach that leader a lesson, but who would have thought that the leader and a group of elders were all very strong? We're no match for him, so we can only leave." After Lan Lan and I increased our strength, we found out that the Fu Tian School was missing, and that the small city beside the Fu Tian School was also destroyed. Yanran said, "That leader is so hateful. They're definitely not some good stuff." Chun Xiang laughed. "Chief Beauty Village head, you have to be careful of that guy." LV Chilean rolled her eyes at him. "You should pay attention to him. Sister Chilean, did you see that fellow being leader?" Lan Lan said, "I heard that he has a very young appearance." "Not the leader," he said. "He's the son of the Fu Tian School. I don't know how he found out about my hundreds of flowers villages matter, but he repeatedly mentioned that he wanted to come in and take a seat, and even said that he wanted to give us a big gift." LV Chilean glanced at Qinxiang. "Up till now, there is only one man who has entered our hundreds of flowers village." "What an honor!" Qinxiang laughed. Although Long Shui and the others would always tease Qinxiang about how bad he was as a little kid, they knew very well what Qinxiang's bottom line was. Chilean, are you here?" A weak shout came from outside the window. The voice was very familiar. Huishan. After LV Chilean recognized the voice, he immediately sent a sound transmission to the people below, asking them to bring Long Huishan up. "It's Big Sis Long." Chen Xiang was a little excited. "I haven't seen her for a long time. Haven't you been with her all these years?" "No. After the Ice Dragon returned, Ice Dragon race handed it over to the Ice Dragon. She and Lingling also frequently went into seclusion to cultivate. According to what I know, the Ice Dragon is the one that found a vein of ice, and its entire Ice Dragon race is there. Of course, we have often provided them with medicinal pills over the years, and they would also provide us with quite a few ice-cold medicinal herbs and refining materials." Yen Xilan said. She had always been in charge of this kind of exchange. LV Chilean said, "Yulan and Qinxiang still have some peace and quiet as they frequently go to look for them. A few years ago, I got Yulan and the others to help me deliver message, and asked her if she and Lingling were willing to come to hundreds of Flowers Village. We also have a dragon vein here, and the formation plate, Xian, and the others refined can also convert the dragon vein's energy into ice attribute." Long Huishan was led up by a young lady. She was dressed simply and wore a bamboo hat. The first time Qinxiang had met Long Huishan, she was a gentle and beautiful woman. After receiving the inheritance of the ice dragon, with a shake of her body, she transformed into a mighty and domineering female dragon king. Right now, She was much stronger than before. She hadn't even put on the dragon armor, so she already looked quite powerful. Big sis Long. Chun Xiang anxiously stood up and walked over. At this time, he also noticed Xin lingering behind Long Huishan. The little girl was already very pitiful at first, but Chun Xiang felt that it was fated for him to help her, and even accepted her as his recognized sister. After being nurtured by Long Huishan, she had already escaped from that tragic fate. Brother. Seeing Chun Xiang coming over, Shen Lingling screamed excitedly and threw herself into Chun Xiang's embrace, sobbing. It could be seen that she missed Chun Xiang a lot. Lingling, you have become stronger. Chun Xiang rubbed her head and looked at her mature and beautiful face. In the past, when she was still very young, Chun Xiang would often be busy outside, and she would also undergo closed-door cultivation all day. It had been many years since they last met. Lingling, you have become stronger. Chun Xiang rubbed her head and looked at her mature and beautiful face. In the past, when she was still very young, Chun Xiang would often be busy outside, and she would also undergo closed-door cultivation all day. It had been many years since they last met. The Shen Lingling, after growing up, had a very charming face, but although she was charming, she was not like the enchantress Su Meiyao, Hua Xiangyue, and Yan Yanran. With every frown and smile, her every action was extremely charming, captivating people's hearts. Shen Lingling was different from the rest. It's been so long since we last met. Lingling has also become a little beauty. She nodded towards Long Huishan. Back then, she had also helped Long Huishan to manage his business for a period of time, so the two of them were very familiar with each other. D.A.M.N. Brat, you are always running all over the place. Why aren't you coming back to see me and your little sisters? Long Huishan mercilessly hit Chun Xiang's head. You, Lingling, are already so old, but I've never seen you do it a few times. All you know is that you've been stuffed in my place. Yan Yanran walked to Shen Lingling's side, caressed her face, and smiled seductively. Lingling is a beauty that can seduce all living things now, and her strength seems to be not bad either. Lon Lon was a little envious. She pouted and said, "Why can't I grow up?" Back then, Lingling was only slightly taller than me. As Shen Lingling and Yan Yanran stood together and wore the same bright red cheongsam, it made them seem even more charming and gorgeous. Walking on the street just like that, it must have been very eye-catching, especially under Cirque, stances where they were equally charming, but gave off a completely different feeling to others. It was even more eye-catching. Sister Lon Lon, this is also very good. Shen Lingling was naive and innocent, but she had a charming face that could bring calamity to a nation. She always felt that this would be more eye-catching, and she did not like it. Huishan, have you decided to stay with us? LV Chilean asked. Yulan and the others should have told you guys before. After all, Yulan and the others are all there. However, the ice dragon ancestor needed some time to teach me the things he could teach. When Long Huishan sat down, he leaned forward and grabbed a fruit by the side and began to eat. Frozen Dragon Ancestor originally planned to go to Super G, D Realm, but when he heard that Chun Xiang had returned, he did not go as well. He had mentioned to me earlier that Heavenly Divine, Lord's great Divine Lord, was summoning him. Back then, the Ice Dragon had received Chun Xiang's great help to awaken its memories, allowing it to shake off the G.O.D. of Fortune's bondage. Thus, when he found out that Shen Lingling and Long Huishan were sisters that had been sworn brothers of Chun Xiang, they took special care of them and gave them everything they had. We are going to the city lord's mansion for a meeting later. Chun Xiang, you and Huishan will follow me. You guys stay here. The Futian school will also partake. 1P8. LV Chilean said, Lingling, you can return to the hundreds of Flowers Village with Purple Orchid first and familiarize yourself with the environment inside. The battles here aren't suitable for you. Shen Lingling nodded. She stood up on her tiptoes and kissed Chun Xiang on the cheek, then followed Yen Xilin and left. Truly a good little sister. Yu Lan and Qianxiang, these two wild girls, think of defeating me every day. Qianxiang touched the place where Shen Lingling kissed and laughed. Yanran Lanlan, you guys will be in charge of collecting information related to the Fu Tian school. A large group of people will be coming here, so it's impossible for them to all go to the city lord's mansion for meetings. LV Chilian warned them, you must be careful of them. If anything goes wrong, run back to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Yanran had experienced Yanran's and his concealed abilities before, but she herself was unable to see through it. Furthermore, the few big shots of Nine Heaven School had also tested it, but it still wasn't working, and only Qianxiang was able to do it. Now let's go, Huishan. I will tell you some important things on the way, so that you can understand the situation. LV Chilian felt that the Fu Tian school had other purposes. If their current leader was really the one that Yanran and Lan met, then the Fu Tian school would definitely not be a good person. LV Chilian brought Qianxiang and the others and walked onto a caravan. This carriage did not have a horse to drag, but it could move by itself. Its speed could also be fast, and it could even fly outside. This car is so nice, and it has such a big bed. After Qianxiang climbed up, the room was very big. There was a bed and a low table. The floor was covered with a snow-white soft fur. The decorations were very beautiful, and Qianxiang was rolling around on top of it. This carriage was about the same size as the carriage, but its interior was about the size of a hull. It was arranged using spatial runes. Brat, be more honest. This is Chilian's chariot, it's not a dog's nest. When Long Huishan saw Qianxiang rolling around impolitely to lie on LV Chilian's bed, she felt that he must be enduring his anger. Qianxiang laughed. She will not mind, right, Sister Chilian? Of course, she wouldn't mind. She and Qianxiang had already said many sweet dreams, and her heart had long been conquered by Qianxiang. If Long Huishan wasn't here, she would have been sweet and intimate with him. Big Sister Huishan, don't you feel that you're a bit in the way here? Qianxiang snorted, his face filled with a dubious expression. LV Chilian glared at Qianxiang, her face turning slightly red. Only now did Long Huishan finally understand. She did not expect LV Chilian to be so close to Qianxiang. Brat, all right, you've even taken care of Chilian, you're amazing. Long Huishan praised her wholeheartedly, but she also knew about Qianxiang's playfulness. How is it amazing? If I can deal with Big Sister Huishan, that would be amazing. Qianxiang laughed sinisterly. Long Huishan laughed and said to LV Chilian, Chilian, aren't you going to do something now? Your man is teasing me. Qianxiang laughed and said, originally I wanted to do something with me, but since you are here, cough, cough, you can completely ignore me. You don't have to care about what I feel. You can do whatever you want with me. Just as Long Huishan finished speaking, she regretted it. She did not expect Qianxiang to suddenly flash and appear by his side. The moment LV Chilian saw Qianxiang coming over, she threw herself onto the soft carpet, and her sandalwood mouth was violently blocked by Qianxiang. Although her body was struggling, for some reason her power had started to gradually weaken, and after that she had obeyed Qianxiang and kissed him in front of Long Huishan. Long Huishan scoffed. This little bee, A-S-T-A-R-D, is getting more and more presumptuous. If there's a chance, I'll teach him a lesson. She had seen a big scene before, but she had never seen this scene of a man and woman kissing silently before. We're here. Long Huishan strongly patted Qianxiang's back. All along the way, she kept looking at them, but since LV Chilian was unwilling, it was obvious that Qianxiang had done it on purpose to make her look bad. Thinking of this, Long Huishan became even more furious. We're here. Long Huishan strongly patted Qianxiang's back. All along the way, she kept looking at them, but since LV Chilian was unwilling, it was obvious that Qianxiang had done it on purpose to make her look bad. Thinking of this, Long Huishan became even more furious. Humph! LV Chilean pushed Chen Xiang away and gently wiped her red lips with the back of her hand. Her cheeks were red and bashful, as she did not dare to look at Long Huishan directly. "Let's go, it's no big deal." Long Huishan chuckled and helped LV Chilean tidy up his clothes that had been messed up by Chen Xiang, then got off the car with her first. Chen Xiang licked his lips and laughed as he followed behind them. Once he got out of the car, LV Chilean regained the aura of a female superior, which was a huge difference from her previous bashful and flirtatious attitude. After entering the city lord's mansion, LV Chilean brought Long Huishan and the others into a secret meeting room. There were already a lot of people inside. Most of these people were people that Chen Xiang was very familiar with, such as Gu Dongqin, Devil-Killing Heavenly Ji, OD, and Penalty Heavenly Ji, OD. These were all old acquaintances of Chen Xiang. There were only two people here whom Chen Xiang did not know, a handsome man in white and a tall, powerful, one-eyed man. Once Chen Xiang came in, he paid attention to the two people. He noticed that when Long Huishan and LV Chilean came in, the man in white clothes' eyes lit up, and Chen Xiang was sure that the man in white was the son of Fu Tian School. "Miss Long, are you here on behalf of the Ice Dragon race?" Gu Dongqin said with a smile. Of course they knew that the Ice Dragon had returned, and it even possessed extraordinary strength. It occupied the dragon vein and was an extremely powerful force in the entire Ice Dragon race. "No, I have already joined the hundreds of Flowers Village." Long Huishan also returned the greeting with a smile and then sat down. The white-clothed man stood up and smiled. "I am an elder of the Fu Tian School. As my father is a leader, he has a lot of things to do, so he cannot come." Everyone nodded their heads, indicating that they understood, other than Chen Xiang and Long Huishan. Everyone else had a good impression of this man in white because he was extremely polite and polite. This must be a famous female dragon king of the Ice Dragon race. "I am Fu Tiangao and am honored to meet you." The white-clothed man cupped his hands towards Long Huishan. Long Huishan only nodded his head, his expression indifferent. For Lady Lu to be able to obtain such a great general like female dragon king, your hundreds of Flowers Village will definitely become more powerful in the future. This is truly a cause for celebration. Fu Tiangao said to LV Chilean. Everyone could see that Fu Tiangao had other motives towards LV Chilean and Long Huishan, because even though they had been in the sect for a long time, they had not seen this brat flattering them like this. "Right. Who is this brother that came in with you?" Fu Tiangao looked at Chen Xiang. Although he had an extremely amiable smile on his face, Chen Xiang could catch an extremely strong hostility in his eyes. "Chen Xiang said indifferently, then sat down right beside LV Chilean. One glance was enough to tell that his relations, HI plus P with LV Chilean, was pretty good. So it's the once famous Chen Xiang. I've heard a lot about him. Fu Tiangao saw that Chen Xiang was very casually sitting at the seat beside LV Chilean, and he was a little jealous. He said, "All of us are here today to represent a certain force. He can represent my 9 Heaven School. There's also the devil-killing Divine City." Gu Dongqin and Rin Tianyong immediately expressed their intentions. They were telling Fu Tiangao to understand his position here. Fu Tiangao immediately smiled apologetically. As expected of a famous person, amazing, admiring. Fu Tiangao had just suffered a setback and felt even more unwell in his heart. Just as he sat down, LV Chilean said, "Chen Xiang can also represent my hundreds of Flowers Village." Gu Dongqin and the others were secretly laughing in their hearts. That group of terrifying women in the hundreds of Flowers Village were basically all very close to Chen Xiang. So of course Chen Xiang could represent the hundreds of Flowers Village. Brother Shin is truly worthy of my admiration. Fu Tiangao still had a gentle smile on his face, but he was bleeding with hatred in his heart. He did not expect Chen Xiang and LV Chilean's relations, HI plus P, to be so good, and knew that they had also entered the hundreds of Flowers Village before. For someone like him, who trained in the yang recovery art, the Hundreds of Flowers village was a sacred place to him, which one of the girls inside wasn't talented and outstanding. And if he could get them, not only would he be able to improve his cultivation, but he would also be able to satisfy his desire to conquer her. However, right now, someone had already beat him to it, which was why Fu Tiangao hated Qinxiang so much. Of course, Qinxiang's status also made him jealous. Young Master Fu, how much do you know about those evil insects? Do you know their weaknesses? Gu Dongchen asked because Fu Tian school could be considered a rather strong sect. As long as they were not enemies, they could be allied with them, having more people and more strength. Fu Tiangao said, "For the time being, we don't know. There are disciples hiding in the underworld sect who only know about the evil insects. The news that we just received was that there are still some in the underworld sect, and these evil insects are all under the control of the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. However, the H.E.L. Devil Emperor only has temporary control, and the one who can control the evil insects in the end is the mysterious divine nations. But everyone, don't worry, the insects that are attacking are all in the first batch. They're not very strong. If the insect army wanted to be strong, then they had to have a lot of strength first. The queen bug was newly born, so the first batch that the queen bug produced was very weak. What we need to do now is to kill the queen bug and kill her. The queen bug will die, and the other demonic insects will commit suicide in despair because the queen bug has a huge mental impact on them. Those evil insects were born by the insect queen, so the thought that they imparted to the insect queen was that she was alive. The devil-killing heavenly G.O.D. asked, if the insect queen wants to become stronger, does it mean that she has to rely on these demonic insects to bring her strength to them? Fu Tiangao nodded. Yes, the evil insects will go out to hunt and absorb the blood and energy of humans or beasts. They will condense a type of evil bead, and after it is formed, it will be fed to the queen bug. The insect queen eats a large amount of evil beads and becomes stronger continuously. The stronger the insect queen is, the faster she can lay her eggs, and the more powerful the demonic insect will be when she grows up. Qinxiang and the others understood why Yuer said that a powerful giant G.O.D. world would be destroyed by these evil worms. Once the insect had grown to a certain level, it would be very difficult to control. Do you know where the queen bug is now? Wu Kaming asked. If we knew, we would have immediately gotten rid of the insect. Of course, the thing that worries us the most are the bugs secretly raised by the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. This is the greatest threat. Qinxiang really wanted to know which divine nations raised this thing. They were simply playing with fire. If they really lost control of these insects, then that would be playing with fire. The information that Fu Tiangao provided was not important at all. They were all ordinary information and could only be used to kill bugs. But now they had to know where the bug queen was hiding before they could kill it. The information that Fu Tiangao provided was not important at all. They were all ordinary information and could only be used to kill bugs. But now they had to know where the bug queen was hiding before they could kill it. Everyone, don't worry. The disciples of our Fu Tian school will be able to find the location of the queen very soon. When that time comes, we will work together and definitely kill a few of them. Fu Tiangao laughed. Right now, I wonder if we can arrange for the disciples of our Fu Tian school to be transferred over. The 9 Heaven Cities transmission array had already been closed and could not be transferred in. We, the Fu Tian school, have already selected 3,000 elite disciples to lend a hand. We wish to express the sincerity of our Fu Tian school, and we truly wish to ally with everyone to eliminate this evil demon that is a scourge to the common people. Fu Tiangao stood up and said seriously. Wu Kaming nodded his head. We will think about it again. If we want to open the transmission array, it will take a few days, and it won't be activated that quickly. The transmission array that we receive is very special. It needs to penetrate the Great City Barrier Formation. Understandable. If you have made a decision, Please inform this one, and I will contact my father immediately. When the time comes, I will ask him to send some more disciples over. And when I arrived at Nine Heaven City, I found out that the situation here was much worse than what I had expected. Fu Tiangao nodded and sat down, then smiled at Elvichilian. Miss Liu, I wonder what plans your hundreds of Flowers Village has for the battle at that time. It hasn't been decided yet. Elvichilian replied a little flatly. What about the seniors? Fu Tiangao looked towards Gudongchen and the others. Our Nine Heaven School has already sent an elite team over. When the time comes, they will bring 10,000 of their elite disciples to ASSA. Senate the night sky, reducing the number of evil beings. Gudongchen replied. Devil-killing Divine City will cast a long-range spell on the city walls to attack the approaching demon army. Rin Tianyong said. Devil-killing Heavenly G. OD looked at penalty Heavenly G. OD and said the punishment will be infiltrating the demon army and killing their leaders. Fu Tiangao nodded. It's all good strategies. I will use my secret treasure to contact the disciples hiding in the underworld sect now. Everyone in the meeting room stood up, although they did not understand Fu Tiangao, but they still needed to be courteous. Fu Tiangao anxiously left the city, Lord's mansion. He brought a few people with him and stayed at the nearest inn. After Fu Tiangao, Qinxiang said, How can you guys say the plan of action? Devil-killing Heavenly G. D laughed. That was nonsense. Gu Dongchen also laughed. I was just casually saying it. How can this kind of plan be known by someone who is half a lifetime away? D knows he wasn't arranged by the HELL Devil Emperor. The penalty, Heavenly G. D said, We definitely can't open the teleportation channel to let the disciples of the Fu Tian school come here. I don't trust this guy to talk about things that are not worth talking about. The people sitting here were all sly old foxes, and it wasn't easy to fool them. Seems like this guy is here for my hundreds of Flowers Village. Elvichilian said, You all didn't feel it. That guy seemed to want to eat me alive. Wu Kaming chuckled. Junior Master, you don't seem to be satisfied with this guy. It's the first time you've met, but he hasn't offended you yet. Could it be? Wu Kaming gave Elvichilian an ambiguous look, as if everyone present could see through their relations. HI+P. Although Elvichilian looked clean and pure and had some conflicts with him in the past, but after reconciling with him, Wu Kaming and Wu Kaming started to interact more and more, and now that they were here together, their relations. HI+P could even be seen to the extent where their eyes were blind. It wasn't there in the beginning, but Yanran and Lan Lan mentioned some terrible things about the Fu Tian school. Qinxiang told her what Yanran and Lan Lan had learned from the Fu Tian school back then. Penalty, Heavenly G. D said, I have heard of such a cultivation technique. If the Fu Tian school wants to join hands with us, it should be the leader himself. But I keep on having the feeling that he doesn't dare to come and that those excuses are insufficient. Devil-killing Heavenly G. D took a deep breath. From what you said, it is possible that you know Fu Tian School's leader? And he's afraid of you? Yes. Back then, I personally went to chase down a person who specialized in cultivating this method. This has caused a lot of harm to a lot of women, and coincidentally, I went to a city to find out about this. I fought with him before, and he's very strong, so the power he uses is also very strange. He was seriously injured by me, but I didn't catch him. The penalty, Heavenly G. D said. Qinxiang said. Someone that even the penalty, Heavenly G. D cannot catch. He must be very cunning. Gu Dongchen laughed. The punishment now is 2G. Delay. No worries. I still prefer the name penalty, Heavenly G. D. After all, he has been called for too long. I can't even remember my own name. Penalty, Heavenly G. D laughed. Devil-killing Heavenly G. D asked. Punishment, you have hunted that guy for a period of time. You should know him well, right? Penalty, Heavenly G. Od nodded. Not only him, I also have a deep understanding of his cultivation technique. Hearing Chen Xiang say that, I also feel that they are here for the hundreds of flowers village. They have already reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, and the weak girls are no longer able to satisfy them. Thus, they needed to find an even more outstanding and powerful woman. This martial art is very strange. The woman who gets her yin qi from her body is like someone who is poisoned. She will die from the poison in her later years. She will die miserably. LV Chilean frowned, his anger rising. If the situation is true, I will personally kill this group of beasts that are inferior to me. Now you're actually targeting us. Now, let's see how Yanran and Lan Lan are doing. Just as Chen Xiang finished speaking, LV Chilean took out the trembling jade talisman. Someone had sent a message to him. It's Yanran. I didn't expect her to have an outcome so soon. LV Chilean said, Elder Wu, they are outside. Wu came opened the door and walked out, bringing Yanran and Lan Lan in. After the two girls came in, they paid their respects to the senior here. You two little girls, don't be so polite, sit down. Back then, Gu Dongqin was also in the dragon subduing school, so he was very clear about Yanran's and Lan Lan's abilities. This group of people are really not good people. As soon as they arrived in the city, they locked onto a few powerful women. They were planning to attack, and one of them was from our 100 Flowers Hall. Yanran was extremely angry. Their main target is our Hundreds of Flowers village. They plan to give us a large amount of precious divine medicine as a gift in order to obtain our good impression, and then slowly pull us closer. Chun Xiang was also very angry. My G. Oh, D, we definitely can't let this brat die too easily. Fu Tian School's scheme was already very obvious, but Chen Xiang and the others felt that other than this, Fu Tian School must have other motives. Fu Tian School's scheme was already very obvious, but Chen Xiang and the others felt that other than this, Fu Tian School must have other motives. They definitely did not find out that the Fu Tian School was able to obtain information related to the evil worms. Gu Dongqin said, Now we already know that the Fu Tian School has ill intentions. On the surface, he wants to ally with us, but he secretly wants to harm us. The devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D snorted. Don't even think about it. They definitely have an alliance with the underworld sect. The reason they told us this kind of news is to gain our trust. Then when it's more or less time, they will scheme a bit more and catch all of us 9 Heaven School and us, the 9 Heaven School, in one fell swoop, and then they can deal with the Hundreds of Flowers village as well. Penalty, Heavenly G. Oh, D said, what a good plan. Wouldn't it be too easy for them if it was just to kill the fellows here? Fu Tiangao still didn't know that he had angered these old cunning foxes, and it wasn't as simple as him dying in anger. Gu Dongqin said, Let's do it. Didn't they say they want to send a group of elite disciples? I didn't believe him before, but now I do. LV Chilean said coldly, That group of elite disciples should have already reached the bottleneck. They are here to look for cultivation resources. The Fu Tian School's so-called resources for cultivation were to use their evil techniques to obtain strength by gathering yang and replinis. I, plussing in. I support the Gu leader's strategy of letting them send the so-called elite disciples over, and then we'll kill them. The condition is that we have to ensure that the people they teleported to us do not cause any harm to this place. Otherwise, this place would be a little dangerous. Long Huishan said, Devil-killing Heavenly G. Oh, D nodded his head. That is indeed the case, but don't worry about that. We can set up a powerful killing array in advance. And when the time comes, we can just place a transmission array plate inside the killing array for them to teleport in, and then we can eliminate them in one fell swoop. Qin Xiang said, El Devil Emperor knows that we can't force our way out, so we decided to use a clever method. Fortunately, they didn't succeed. I'm in charge of communicating with him. Let him think that we have already trusted him. Wu Kaming said, I'll go back and get the killing formation, LV Chilean said. She hated this Fu Tian school very much. We will be prepared to welcome the Fu Tian school when the time comes. Gu Dongchen laughed. I haven't started a ma's saker in a long time. Since everyone has something to do, I can't stay idle either. I will be in charge of investigating the position of the queen bug and also see if I can kill these bugs. Chan Xiang said, although his cultivation was not high, but the big heads here all did not doubt his strength, especially his detection and concealment skills. LV Chilean said, Why don't you let Yanran and Lon Lon go with you? No need, they still need to keep an eye on that Fu Tiangao here. I can go there myself. Qin Xiang said, All right, then let's begin. Wu Kaming said, and then dispersed. Qin Xiang did not move. He wanted LV Chilean to notify hundreds of Flowers Village and ask Yuer to come over. He wanted to move together with Yuer. Yen Xylin brought Yuer over, gently and worriedly warned Qin Xiang to be careful, and even kissed her cheeks. Qin Xiang used a secret array inside the city, Lord's Mansion, to teleport to a place outside that did not have any evil demons. This was originally a dense forest, but after being said bye-bye by the evil demons, it had turned into a forest filled with endless death aura. Yuer, if you encounter a sudden danger, what would you do? Chen Xiang wanted to communicate with Yuer about the use of spatial energy. When Yuer was in danger, most of her time was spent relying on her spatial energy. If I didn't awaken my memories in the past, I would have used long-distance teleportation to escape. But now, when I use spatial escape to hide myself in other Silfaults, the ancestors who didn't use their spatial powers won't be able to find me. Yuer smiled. So, when you use your transformation technique, you don't have to worry about me. I can hide at any time. Furthermore, her own foundation was very solid as well, and her entire family was extremely terrifying. She seemed to have inherited the inheritance of her family, which was why Qin Xiang felt that she would definitely become an extremely terrifying person in the future. Other than using spatial escape, I can also use the SPAC wind. As she spoke, Yuer suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, Yuer was already in front of them. There is a difference between this and teleportation. Only by being extremely sensitive to spatial energy will I be able to sense the SPAC wind. Just now, I followed the SPAC wind and floated forward, and didn't even need any spatial energy at all to let the SPAC wind take me running, allowing me to travel for a long distance in SPAC. Yuer had thought that Chen Xiang had used spatial energy extremely well, but she later found out that Chen Xiang didn't even have a spatial technique. Hence, she felt that it was necessary to guide Qin Xiang in using his spatial energy. Yuer carefully guided Qin Xiang in the use of these spatial arts. The star SHI plus Ding technique that Qin Xiang taught her already had a certain amount of foundation, and she was able to easily learn it now. In the past, he had used a similar method of spatial escape. However, he had hidden in the tyrannical spatial turbulence. Which had hidden in the tyrannical spatial turbulence. As for spatial escape, it was the most stable place in both SPAC and SPAC. Yuer was simply like a fault or crack. As long as one could control it well, they could instantly find it and then hide inside it. This SPAC wind is pretty good to use. Qin Xiang spent more than half a day's time to learn how to use the SPAC wind. With just a thought, he discovered that his body could be merged with the SPAC wind and moved quickly by a surge of energy. This way, when you run, you can just directly use the SPAC wind. You don't need to continuously teleport to move fast. Yuer smiled and replied, although the speed will be a little slower. Right now, Qin Xiang was using the SPAC wind with Qin Xiang, and in the blink of an eye, they had already distanced themselves from the forest. Chen Xiang could only see the scenery on both sides of him flash. Plussing rapidly to the back, and he couldn't see anything at all. After leaving the forest, Chen Xiang quickly arrived at the top of a barren mountain and looked at the demonic army that was densely covered in black clouds. Yu Er, do you know the characteristics of that insect? How do we find the bugs? This thing is the biggest threat, Chen Xiang said. After a moment of silence, Yu Er replied, I can't ask now, but I can only find out at night. At night, the light of the stars and moon can reach the earth, and as long as the insect is HIT by it, or if it is just a breath of air, I can find it. Yu Er's ability to communicate with Xing Yu really made Chen Xiang jealous. He had asked Yu Er if she could learn this skill, and Yu Er had said that this skill was innate. Even if it was in the star-moon divine race S, no one would know of this skill. Yu Er's ability to communicate with Xing Yu really made Chen Xiang jealous. He had asked Yu Er if she could learn this skill, and Yu Er had said that this skill was innate. Even if it was in the star-moon divine race S, no one would know of this skill. The demon army did not attack the city, and the ones leading them should be the HLL Devil Emperor and the rest. They were very clear about the 9 Heaven Cities' defensive power, and they were currently guarding the city gate, obviously waiting for the moment the city's defenses were broken. Dusk fell. The sky had turned dark, and the demon army seemed to be extremely excited. They hated the feeling of the sun HI+ning down on them during the day, so when they crowded together, they would release some dark energy to protect themselves from the sun's rays. As the sky gradually darkened, the demon army in front became more and more spirited, noisy. These evil demons all looked like humans, but they were all clad in beast skins, looking tall and powerful. These guys aren't idiots who are controlled. They actually know how to chat and laugh. Don't tell me that they were transformed by humans. Chen Xiang had seen the army of the HEL Devil Emperor before. They were all raised by him in the infernal realm and used a large amount of undead energy. But now he lacked the resources. If so many of these armies were cultivated by humans, then he would need to carry out a great slaughter and obtain a large amount of power from the bodies of the dead. Evil devil cultivators' way of doing things was to sacre them, and after that, the souls and bodies of the dead would be of great help to them. But now that the 9 Heaven World had annexed the DS realm, the number of humans was very large, especially the weak humans for the evil demons. This was a very rich source of cultivation resources. After all, there are so many humans, and there are definitely many SCU. And since the HEL Devil Emperor has provided them with a shortcut cultivation technique, they will naturally follow the HEL Devil Emperor. This kind of fellow who obtained power through killing innocent people must be exterminated. Yu Er said, You 9 Heaven World will have to prevent this guy from appearing on a large scale in the future because of your prosperity. Back then, our Star Law Divine Realm also appeared once. Speaking of Star Law Divine Realm she had trusted before, Yu Er couldn't help but sigh. Star Law Divine Realm's top ranker, who wanted to live forever, to find a reason to persecute undead divine race, was no different from these demons in front of her. The only difference was that this group of evil demons was weak, while the group of evil demons in Star Law Divine Realm were very strong. After dark, the sky was filled with stars. Yu Er began to communicate with the stars and the moon. It took her a full 4 hours before she discovered something. I found it. The nearest bug queen is still some distance away. Let's go take a look now, Yu Er said as she sneaked into Chen Xiang's backpack. After Chen Xiang sensed the direction of the wind, he immediately used the SPAC wind and headed towards the location of the nearest insect empress. Not long after, Chen Xiang arrived at a mountain range. He was hiding at the top of a mountain peak, making him feel that this mountain range was BRIMMING with vitality. Is that it? Chen Xiang was at the top of a mountain, and he could clearly see the several large mountains in the middle surrounding it. There was a huge pit there, and when he told Divine Soul to go over to take a look, he could not see the bottom of it. Yes, the queen bug hid in the ground. She dug this pit herself. The queen bug's body was very large, like a mountain, Moonchild said. The deep pit that Chen Xiang saw was even larger than the mountains around him. Furthermore, it was so deep that he couldn't even see the bottom of it. Looks like I have to explore deeper. I wonder if it will be dangerous if I get close to the insect? The purpose of Chen Xiang's visit was to find out the position of the insect queen, and then to estimate her strength. It's best not to get too close. The bug queen has a large body. Although moving is inconvenient, its defensive and offensive power is extremely strong. The insect empress didn't want to be disturbed by humans, so there are no Devil Emperor people guarding this place. As long as she senses even a trace of human aura, she will be angry. Yuer said, "Try exposing your aura if you don't believe me." Chen Xiang really revealed his spirit chi, but after just a few breaths of time, the mountains started to shake and shake. All the tall mountains around the pit started to crack and collapse, and from the deep pit, a red mist formed tentacle that reached towards Chen Xiang. "Hurry up!" Yuer shouted in alarm. Chen Xiang anxiously hid his presence, using spatial escape to hide in the crevices of SPAC. Even though he had hidden himself in the spatial crack, he could still feel a very powerful ripple transmitted over. He sensed the SPAC wind in the spatial crack, and only ran out after bringing Yuer some distance away. When he came out, he was immediately stunned. The mountain range that he had entered earlier had already been razed to the ground. The deep pit on the ground was where the queen of bugs resided. The forest that was originally surrounded by trees and trees had now been turned to rubble. Too terrifying. I can't kill this guy by myself. Chen Xiang never thought that the insect empress would be so terrifying. Just as he finished speaking, the deep pit suddenly released a strong suction force, absorbing all the shattered rocks around the big pit. There were a lot of crushed stones and soil, and in a short moment, all of them entered the deep pit. The deep pit had disappeared. Clearly, the queen bug had intentionally hidden herself. The queen bug should be lurking in the depths of the earth. It actually ran around everywhere. It's too scary. We have to get the news back to them and let them strengthen their defense so that the dragon's vein won't be damaged. Yuer said, Chen Xiang had only been out for one night, and he already had a stonies. Plussing gains. He took out an array disc, and after entering the array disc, he was teleported to the 100 Flowers Hall. Sister Qilian doesn't seem to be here. Chen Xiang came out of the teleportation room, looked around. It was very quiet here. When he arrived at the hall, he heard someone humming a cheerful little tune. Chen Xiang looked towards the little hall at the other side. It was a bathing room, and the door was wide open. Chen Xiang told himself in his heart that he had important things to attend to, and that he definitely did not have any other goals. Little Moon stuck out her head and laid by the side of her backpack, as if she was waiting for something. Chen Xiang arrived at the bathroom's door and saw Long Huishan soaking in a bath. She leaned on the side of the bath and faced Chen Xiang, but her chest was submerged in water, and all Chen Xiang could see was her jade, white, beautiful collarbone. Long Huishan was still humming a little song. Even though she had seen Chen Xiang, it seemed like nothing had happened. Good little brother, you've been busy all day, so you should be tired. Do you want to bathe together? Long Huishan giggled. Yes. Chen Xiang said shamelessly. He had already stepped into the shower room, but when he entered, he discovered that something was wrong. Although the water in the bath was foggy, it gave Chen Xiang an extremely cold feeling. He felt that there must be a trick to it. Chen Xiang only came to the side of the pond and stopped. He did not plan to go down. He only felt a bit of cold air and knew that the water was definitely not hot water. Chen Xiang only came to the side of the pond and stopped. He did not plan to go down, he only felt a bit of cold air and knew that the water was definitely not hot water. Why aren't you coming down? Long Huishan chuckled. Qinxiang's eyes were currently fixed on her chest. Only that place was covered by a red petal. He could not see anything. Big sis Long, I have something important to do. After I found a bug, she ran away. Qinxiang arrived at the edge of the bath, where Long Huishan was leaning on, and looked down without restraint. However, Long Huishan and the others could hide themselves well, causing him to be unable to see anything that he wanted to see. I remember that Fu Tiangao said that the queen was very big, so it was not convenient to move her, but she actually ran away. Long Huishan frowned slightly as he thought it was a little surprising. Could it be that you've attacked the insect? Of course not, I don't dare to attack. I just went near that place and exposed a bit of my aura, which would cause the queen to be alert. After she went into a rage and razed the entire mountain range to the ground, she drilled away from the ground. Qinxiang thought back to it with a tinge of fear. The bug queen is so powerful, I am no match for her. Long Huishan's long legs stuck out of the water, and then she gently rubbed it with her jade hands before putting it down again. Watching her, Qinxiang secretly gulped a mouthful of saliva, while Long Huishan just chuckled lightly. Help me rub my back. Long Huishan laughed. Oh, Qinxiang answered. His hand seemed to be unable to control himself as he reached towards Long Huishan's back and gently rubbed her shoulders. Long Huishan murmured in great enjoyment. I didn't think that a thick-headed old man like you would actually be able to do such a meticulous thing. Qinxiang only chuckled twice. At this time he was indeed very serious as he rubbed Long Huishan's back and shoulders, and used his Chuangzhao fire to secretly make his hands feel warm. For an ice dragon like Long Huishan, who trained in the icy cold power all year round, it was also very comfortable to occasionally feel this kind of warmth. I'll inform Qilian, Gudongqin, and the others right now. After Long Huishan took out the communication jade symbol paper, he asked Qinxiang to explain the details to her, and then she said them on to the big shots in the conference room one by one. Long Huishan laughed. Good little brother, you are always so tired. Are you really not going to come down and wash up together with me? No more. Qinxiang looked at the cold energy that leaked out from the water surface and shook his head. Humph, are you that afraid of me? Long Huishan pouted. Earlier on that carriage, you said you wanted to take care of me, but now you're trying to take care of me. Seeing Long Huishan's playful expression, Qinxiang took a deep breath. Both of his hands moved like lightning deep into the water and pressed on Long Huishan's chest. Long Huishan was truly unexpected. She had only planned to tease Qinxiang a little, but she had never expected that the desire for Qinxiang to possess her would be so strong. Little B, A-S-T-A-R-D, stop messing around. Long Huishan hurriedly shouted as he placed his hands perfectly on her chest, preventing her from escaping. Furthermore, he even rubbed her hands lightly. This feeling would not be forgotten even if she died. Just as Qinxiang was feeling satisfied, there was someone standing at the door. It was LV Qilian who was there, and she was a little surprised to see him. Of course, she could tell that Qinxiang had forced it, because Long Huishan was struggling slightly. After knowing that LV Qilian had come, Qinxiang hurriedly stopped and let go of Long Huishan. She only saw Long Huishan looking at Qinxiang with a blush. Plussing face, although her face was filled with anger. There was still a trace of gentleness in her eyes. D-A-M-N brat. Long Huishan scolded. The water that was condensed from ice had already been thrown heavily into Qinxiang's face. After being hit, Qinxiang flew out and crashed into the wall. Seeing Qinxiang getting beaten up, LV Qilian's face was also filled with joy. He then said lightly, Quickly come out and get down to business. Qinxiang rubbed his face and curled his lips. Then he walked out of the bath and sat on a chair in the hall outside. His face was a little red. After that, Long Huishan also came out of the bath and dressed in an ice armor, looking extremely domineering, adding that her jade face was covered in frost. Qinxiang felt a little afraid. I've already gotten the array disc, and will go find Gu Dongqin and the others later to discuss how to deal with Fu Tian School. Qinxiang, you said that the insect empress ran away. LV Chilian asked. He ran away, but don't worry. You heir will be able to find him. And right now, I also have some understanding of the Bug Queen. Right now, I can't deal with her by myself, at least not with the strength of a god, Qinxiang said. Long Huishan said from the side, I'll go with him. If you can't come back and call for help, you guys must stay here and defend the city. Chen Xiang didn't even dare to look at Long Huishan, because that fierce gaze that Long Huishan used to look at him with earlier had already made him somewhat afraid. Fine. Just a moment ago, she had personally witnessed how Qinxiang had taken advantage of Long Huishan, and now Long Huishan had actually suggested that she go with him, causing LV Chilian to suddenly worry about him. Long Huishan stood up, glared at Qinxiang, and said, What are you afraid of? I will bring your little lover back safely. Humph, he's your little lover now as well, and he's even your little brother. LV Chilian snorted, but his eyes were filled with laughter. Chen Xiang coughed dryly twice, then said, Let's go, let's take advantage of the fact that it's still night time, to make it easier to find the insect queen. Long Huishan looked at Yuer, who was in Chen Xiang's bag, nodded, and followed Qin Xiang into the teleportation room, teleporting out of the city. Just like last time, they appeared in that forest that was filled with evil aura. After arriving here, Long Huishan had also put away the snow-white ice dragon armor on her body and changed into a set of black tight clothes. Big Sis Long, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I don't know why my head started burning. I can't control it. Qin Xiang said with a face full of guilt, because after Long Huishan's intense reaction, he was extremely uneasy. D.A.M. And brat, it's been so long since you last touched a woman. Just now, Long Huishan had felt Qin Xiang's deep feelings for him. It's been a long time, even though I have many women by my side, but I can't find the right time. Qin Xiang laughed dryly. Long Huishan punched him in the chest and scolded him with a laugh. You're really so afraid that I'll get angry, but I never expected you to be so brave to actually dare come. If it wasn't for Chilian who just happened to come, maybe you would have gotten hit by it. Seeing the carefree smile on Long Huishan's face, Qin Xiang secretly calmed down and laughed. I'm just afraid that you will ignore me in the future. I don't want to lose you. But come to think of it, did Big Sis Long think that Sister Chilian did not come at the right time and felt a little disappointed? Stop being so smelly. Long Huishan patted his head. Long Huishan was also very tall, reaching Qin Xiang's forehead. He was almost as tall as Qin Xiang. Oh. Qin Xiang was actually very disappointed, but right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Long Huishan suddenly hugged him, and then used the sandalwood mouth to block his mouth, and actually took the initiative to kiss him. But what was even worse, Long Huishan's hand suddenly grabbed onto his chest with great force. In her opinion, it was extremely boring. What made her even more confused was that they had actually been bored for less than an hour. Moreover, they were in this pitch-black and sinister forest, and in the distance, there were even some demons roaring. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like a place to do romantic things. In her opinion, it was extremely boring. What made her even more confused was that they had actually been bored for less than an hour. Moreover, they were in this pitch-black and sinister forest, and in the distance, there were even some demons roaring. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like a place to do romantic things. Is that enough? Long Huishan pushed Qin Xiang away and licked his lips. It's about time. Qin Xiang rubbed his chest. At first, Long Huishan had indeed pinched him very hard, but then she turned into rubbing, and it made him feel extremely comfortable. You guys are really bored. To do this kind of thing, the bath is more suitable. This kind of place is more suitable for fighting and killing. Yu Er pouted. Long Huishan laughed. That brat already wanted to do this to me when I was bathing. I am only going to satisfy him. Qin Xiang also laughed. It's big sis Long, you wish for me to do this to you, right? As he spoke, Qin Xiang took her hand and used the S.P.A.C. wind to bring her out of the dark forest, to the mountain range that had been razed to the ground. So fast, what is this spell? Long Huishan only felt that when the colorful lights Pa-S said by, she could feel how fast Qin Xiang was taking her. It was Yuer who taught me the S.P.A.C. wind. I can only learn it by using the power of S.P.A.C. Qin Xiang said. Long Huishan looked at Yuer, stroked her head, and said, Previously, when Yulan came to find me, she told me about Yuer's little kitten. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. Oh, yes. I heard Yulan mention the matter of you kissing her. This girl actually told Jingjing and Lingling, these two girls. I'll talk about her later. Qin Xiang blushed deeply. Dongfang Jing and Shen Lingling were very, very innocent girls. Yet Lang Yulan actually told them this. Long Huishan carefully observed the scene and frowned. This should be caused by a very strong shock wave. This kind of shock wave can travel to a place far away, and can even travel a long distance. For the queen bug to be able to use this kind of power, it seems like the queen bug also has a tribute power. If that's the case, then the demonic insects that were born should also possess the same familiar strength as the insect queen. Yuer, can you still find that bug? Qin Xiang asked. Of course, when you kissed me earlier, I started looking for you. Yuer laughed. Now that we've found it, we can go and have a look. Don't let it disturb the queen bug like last time. Long Huishan had heard from Qin Xiang that Chen Xiang had wanted to test the insect queen's vigilance, but he never thought that her reaction would be so intense. Furthermore, she had even ran away, making it clear that the insect empress was extremely alert. Qin Xiang brought Long Huishan to Yuer's newest location. This time they were even further away from the Nine Heaven City. He had only arrived there using the S.P.A.C. wind for an hour. This place was also inside the mountain range, but the mountains here were all desolate mountains without any flowers or trees. The mountains were all very tall and lofty, especially within. If a huge crater appeared, it would not be discovered easily because this place was a place where very few people came. The divine aura was also extremely spa. R.S.E. It won't be easy to make a move. The insect knows that she is very weak right now. So once someone is nearby, no matter how strong she is, she will choose to leave. Qin Xiang and Long Huishan were at the top of a mountain, and they saw a huge pit in front of them. This pit was just as big as the one Qin Xiang had discovered earlier. In order to not alarm the bugs, Qin Xiang used the S.P.A.C. domain to cover himself and Long Huishan, preventing their auras from leaking out. Do you know how deep the queen is hiding? Long Huishan asked. If I knew the depth, I could have used the mysterious power. Little Moon replied, 80,000 feet. If that's the case, then you'd better calculate at a depth of 100,000 feet. Qin Xiang, how strong can your S.P.A.C. domain block? I need to condense my mysterious power now. At that time, not only will I need to freeze the insect, I will also need to freeze everything around me, so that we can freeze everything within 100,000 meters of the ground. Long Huishan asked seriously, that powerful? Would the consumption be very severe? I can stop your aura, no matter how strong you are. Qin Xiang said with complete confidence. Long Huishan must be 2G. Oh, delay, otherwise she would not willingly give it to Qin Xiang. Don't worry, I'm 15 divine deity now. Dealing with a bug is too easy. I possess the ancient ice dragon's bloodline after all. Long Huishan lightly patted his face and smiled gently, telling him to be at ease. Long Huishan being able to obtain 15 divine deity also surprised him. He previously thought that Long Huishan only had a dozen or so of these, and it must be because the ice dragon had helped her. Long Huishan said that she needed time to gather her energy, but it did not take her long to finish. In just half a cup of tea's time, a white bead had condensed in her hands. "What's next?" Qin Xiang asked. "Go to the top of the deep hole quietly, then I'll just take this thing down." Long Huishan caught the ice pearl in the water. Qin Xiang had only sensed a trace of icy cold power. It wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. He brought Long Huishan to the top of the deep pit using the S.P.A.C. wind. Long Huishan pointed the ice pearl at the deep pit and let out a light snort. "If we don't quickly let the ice drop down, that fellow will have time to run away." Long Huishan said. That was why she had used her full strength to push the ice pearl into the pit. From high up in the sky, Qin Xiang could see that after Long Huishan had entered the deep pit, a gust of cold air had quickly emerged from the deep pit. Furthermore, the ground within 100 miles of the deep pit were covered in cold frost. Thick layers of ice also formed on the walls of the deep pit, and at this moment, terrifying cold air continued to emit from below. So powerful! Qin Xiang took a deep breath. He felt that if he was frozen, he would definitely be severely injured. This is the power of the fusion of the powers of my first and second divine deity. Long Huishan laughed. "Are you afraid?" "Yes, Big Sis Long is so scary." Qin Xiang giggled, then suddenly kissed her on the cheek. "There's movement from below." Just as Yu'er finished speaking, a burst of cold air emerged from Long Huishan's body, transforming into a snow-white ice dragon armor. Long Huishan had already rushed into the deep pit. Using the Dao Heart Eye, he saw that everything below was snow-white. This was the power of the ice that Long Huishan had just frozen the ground with. In the middle of the deep hole, there was something black. He suspected that it was the queen. "This thing is way too small." Qin Xiang felt that what he said and what Yu'er Fu Tiangao had said did not match up, because the bugs they spoke of were huge, like mountains. "This isn't an insect queen." Yu'er also realized that something was amiss, as she hurriedly said. Qin Xiang was startled. They had always thought that this thing was the descendant of bugs, but it was not right now. What was it then? And it looked so terrible. Qin Xiang was startled. They had always thought that this thing was the descendant of bugs, but it was not right now. What was it then? And it looked so terrible. "Will Big Sis Long be all right?" Qin Xiang said as he rushed downwards. "Don't worry about her. She's not weak at all." Yu'er replied, "There was originally a queen bug down there, but it suddenly turned into something. Perhaps the queen bug died, but something came out of the queen bug's body." Qin Xiang said, "I used my Dao Heart Eye to see a black maw. SS. That is an evil force. What is it?" Because the surrounding cave walls had been frozen by Long Huishan, and there was only a vast expanse of whiteness below him. When Long Huishan arrived at the bottom, the surrounding ice was still emitting a white glow, illuminating the bottom of the cave. "This is..." Long Huishan stood on top of a huge black bug. This bug looked like a centipede, with many pairs of THORNY legs. The insect was already frozen, but there was a hole in its head, as if something had run out of the hole and even pierced through the thick ice. "Who are you?" Just as Long Huishan thought that it was strange, she heard a shout from behind her. She had just turned around, and a sword was suddenly thrusted towards her throat, causing her to hastily sidestep. It has the power of a dragon. He waved the sword in his hand, releasing the ice blades from Long Huishan's hands. He knew very well if he was H.I.T. by this, he would definitely not feel good. Long Huishan had already seen the person clearly. He was actually a white and handsome man with a set of black armor. The long sword in his hand was not an ordinary weapon, and his body was releasing waves after waves of evil spirit chi. "You're not from here." Long Huishan had frequently clashed with the evil demons here in the past, but he had never met with anyone as evil as the man in front of him. That's right, who exactly are you? Is it from the Nine Heaven School? He actually knew that the Nine Heaven School was going to deal with them. But I have never heard of a person like you in the Nine Heaven School. Could it be that you're the female dragon king that just came from the ice dragon race? The man suddenly came to his senses. He did not waste any words. The evil force on his body surged. Holding onto his sword, he attacked frantically. The evil chi of the sword gushed out. Wielding the sword created a burst of evil chi. The evil chi struck Long Huishan's face. It caused her to feel pain, and after parrying a few slashes, she immediately ran away from the man, because the opponent's evil chi was too terrifying. Was infuriated. The other party actually knew about her, and seemed to have just found out as well. It was very obvious that someone had told him these things, and even without thinking, they already knew that it was Fu Tian School's Fu Tian Gao. Chun Xiang had already crept closer. When he came down, he had personally witnessed the process of Long Huishan and the man's battle, and had heard their conversation. At this moment, he was also secretly resentful towards Fu Tian Gao. Looks like I have to do something. Chun Xiang took a deep breath, then said to Yuer, I had previously used the power of SPAC to bind people to release a SPAC barrier that is exactly the same as the other person's body, and trap them within this SPAC, making them unable to move. However, I had used a large amount of spatial energy back then to forcefully make it. There was no skill in that. Hearing Chen Xiang's words, Yuer understood what Chen Xiang meant. He wanted to ask her if she understood this kind of method, so of course she would understand. This move is called spatial binding. It has a certain skill, and it requires one to know how to use the power of SPAC. Yuer immediately used the method of divine soul exchange and transmitted it into his divine soul, allowing him to comprehend it quickly. Chun Xiang had already used it before, so it was easier for him to learn now. How about this? You tie him up first, and then I'll bind him in a layer of SPAC outside. This way, the 2 layers will bite Big Sis Long some time. Yuer said. Below, the man was fighting with Long Huishan again. The 2 of them were fighting intensely, and temporarily they were on par with each other, while Chun Xiang, who was above them, was also blown up by the chi waves produced when they were fighting, causing him to have no choice but to use his spatial energy barrier to separate himself from the surrounding SPAC to prevent any side effects. Cracks had already appeared on the thick ice on the walls of this deep pit, and large amounts of ice were falling down from above. If this continued, then this deep pit would definitely collapse. How's it going? We have to use it as soon as possible. Although Big Sis Long and that guy have a draw, dragging this out won't be good for us because the monsters around here are mostly him. So the other side is probably trying to stall for time for helpers. Yuer said, You can use it now. Chun Xiang took a deep breath and allowed the 6 realms power within the divine sense CS to flow into the spatial divine deity. After Pa-S, sing through the spatial divine deity, the 6 realms power could instantly transform into a formidable power of SPAC. 6 realms power originally contained powers of other attributes. Although it could be directly used on SPAC, it was not enough to become stronger after being converted by divine deity. Freeze! Chun Xiang shouted in his heart, and a large amount of the condensed spatial energy gushed out. Pa-S! Sing through the air and wrapping around the man's body, forming an invisible spatial seal. Furthermore, the 6 realms power in his divine sense, C, was still steadily Gus. H-I, plussing out, providing energy, maintaining the spatial seal. Yuer had also started her cultivation at this time. When she had awakened her memories, she had already recovered quite a bit of her strength. Don't look at her like this. She had an extremely terrifying power of the stars and moon, and she could also skillfully use the power of the SPAC laws. At this moment, Yuer had also used spatial binding, and had shared 2 spatial binding with Chun Xiang, causing the man to be unable to move for a moment. Now, Chun Xiang could also feel that his spatial binding had begun to crack, because the man's strength was extremely terrifying. Long Huishan's reaction was extremely fast. She saw that the other party was suddenly unable to move and was floating in midair. She knew that someone was secretly attacking. She immediately rushed over, and using half of her mysterious power, she condensed onto her blade, and with one slash she chopped off the opponent's head, and then with another palm strike, the headless body and the divine sensei separated, leaving behind the divine sensei's support. She became extremely weak and was frozen up by Long Huishan in an instant. After the headless body was frozen, Long Huishan then kicked it with his leg. It was actually a very strong vibrating force that turned the body into ice crystals. Chun Xiang grabbed the severed head from the air and started using soul-absorbing devil spell on it. But right after he used it, his face changed and he quickly let go. Long Huishan looked down at the head curiously. She was worried that something might have happened to Chun Xiang and cried out in alarm. But she quickly flew up, cut the head into half, and then used the strong, icy cold power to freeze it. "Are you all right? What just happened?" Just now she was also shocked. This was the first time she had seen Chun Xiang encountering such a danger, and it had almost scared her to death. She suddenly realized that she was extremely afraid of losing Chun Xiang. "Are you all right? What just happened?" Just now she was also shocked. This was the first time she had seen Chun Xiang encountering such a danger, and it had almost scared her to death. She suddenly realized that she was extremely afraid of losing Chun Xiang. "I'm fine." Chun Xiang's forehead dripped with sweat. "This guy is from the divine nations. I just got some of his memories." The reason Chun Xiang used the soul-absorbing devil spell just now was to see just what kind of background this person had. "Just now, I suffered a backlash because I wanted to go to his divine deity. This guy protects his divine deity very well, and if I want to take away his divine deity, then his divine deity would become very unstable. After that, it would explode, creating a mental attack that would directly attack the opponent's divine soul." Chun Xiang said with fear still lingering in his heart. He had almost been attacked just now. "Looks like Hel Devil Emperor has support from the divine nations. At first, we thought that he was abandoned by the divine nations, but we never expected that this would only cause us to think that the Hel Devil Emperor was weakened." Long Huishan said. Chun Xiang nodded. He looked at the insect below him and activated Dao Heart Eye, discovering that there was a ball of light inside the insect's body. He used the air to retrieve the thing inside. The thing inside was a crystal the size of a watermelon. "This is great divine deity," Yueker said. "This item was refined using a large amount of divine deity, and it is very pure." With a single glance, one could tell that the energy inside was extremely pure. "This guy came out from the back of the bug's head," Long Huishan said. "The divine nations has already found a way to control the insect. They want a person to directly enter the insect queen's divine sensei and turn them into the insect queen's divine soul. Then they can control the insect queen's evil insects. In order to assimilate into the insect queen's divine sensei, the person who enters the divine sensei must cultivate an evil force that is similar to the insect queen." Chun Xiang looked at the huge divine deity in his hands and continued. "This divine deity was refined by the divine nations and the others to quickly raise the strength of the insect, allowing the insect queen to have the power to protect herself in the initial stages." Chun Xiang learnt all of this from the man's memories. Long Huishan was still here, and it was already late at night, but she was still waiting in the hall. Because the bug queen was very powerful, she was very worried about Chun Xiang and Long Huishan. "How is it?" LV Chilian saw that Chun Xiang and Long Huishan's faces were not as pale as when he went out. "Are you injured?" "I'm fine." Long Huishan sat down. "I've made a big discovery." Chun Xiang said, "The insect empress's matter isn't as simple as we thought it was. It's extremely complicated and was made by the divine nations." Chun Xiang told LV Chilian everything he knew. Currently, the 3 bugs that surrounded and attacked Nine Heaven City were all bred in the first batch, and all of them had a rather strong evil demon inside. Chan Xiang took out the divine deity he took out from the insect empress's body and continued, in order for divine nations to cultivate this kind of thing, it also requires a lot of energy. So this kind of thing definitely cannot be produced in large quant. 1 ties. This made Chan Xiang more at ease. If there were a lot of them and they were still hiding, then when they attacked together, it would be difficult for them to resist. Now that the divine nations had created a few of these things that could be used to support the L Devil Emperor. At the same time, he wanted to see how effective they were. That Fu Tiangao should be in contact with the L Devil Emperor at all times, and the people hiding inside the Insect Empress Divine Sense can also receive any news from the L Devil Emperor. That's why they found out that I had just come to the Nine Heaven School. Long Huishan said, "Are you all prepared to deal with that brat? Don't let him get away." Gu Dongqin has already told him. Because of the urgent situation, he is preparing to attack the evil demons outside and needs support. In order to show off, he had to go find him in the middle of the night. The elite disciples of the Fu Tian school will arrive tomorrow. LV Chilian said, "I left the array disc with Gu Dongqin and the others. They're already arranging the receiving location. When that time comes, we will start the slaughter. Are you going?" Long Huishan asked Qin Xiang. "No, I'm going to cultivate." Qin Xiang raised the great divine deity he had just obtained. He felt that this object was very suitable for his cultivation and just needed to be refined. Long Huishan smiled at LV Chilian. "Chilian, this brat told me that he hasn't touched a woman in a long time, and it has been a few days since he came back. Didn't you all agree to not letting this brat touch me?" "Humph, he hasn't touched a woman for a long time. Why are you telling me that? Can't you just let him touch you?" LV Chilian said snappily and then glared at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was surprised that Long Huishan would actually tell LV Chilian this kind of thing. Although this was what LV Chilian said on the surface. She had already stood up and entered a room. When she entered, she gave Qin Xiang a dubious glance. "Good little brother, how are you going to thank me?" Long Huishan laughed. Qin Xiang handed Yuer over to Long Huishan and charmingly smiled at her. "You'll know in the future." Yuer saw Qin Xiang hurriedly entering LV Chilian's room, and hearing the sounds coming from inside, she stuck out her tongue and said, "When I was at Super God Realm, he was always in the room naked with Feng Yujie. It was so boring." Long Huishan was shocked. "What? Feng Yujie? I actually fell in love with him too. This little brat, I have underestimated him." Yuer smiled. He was originally a wolf, but in front of all of you, he was pretending to be a little sheep. In his eyes, all of you are little white rabbits. Inside the room, Qin Xiang and LV Chilian had just reunited after a long time. At this moment, they both felt their love and felt the happiness from their bodies and minds merging together. At the same time, they also cultivated the alive slain method and condensed the crystal of their love. Big Sis Long, you also cultivate the icy cold power, and your control over it is superb. If you can also master the ice cold law, then you will definitely be very strong. Yuer said, "After all, you still have the bloodline of the ancient divine dragon race in you." Long Huishan nodded his head. "Shui, who has mastered the laws of ice, is even more powerful. It's a pity that it's not easy to grasp the laws." "That's not necessarily true. After you return to the hundreds of Flowers Village, find Bingyan and have her give you a Dao Heartstone. At that time, even if you can't grasp the laws of ice, you can still obtain the profound strength of the way of ice through this." Yuer said, "However, you have to repay Bingyan and teach her the techniques to use the icy cold power." Long Huishan did not doubt Yuer's words. She had heard Lung Yulan and Mu Qiansheng say before that Shui Bingyan had an extremely powerful stone that, after being used by the Supreme God, could allow him to gain power that was close to controlling the laws. This is for sure. I often share with Shui the way I use the power of ice. When I go to Hundreds of Flowers Village, I will definitely carefully teach Bing Yan, and I will definitely treat her as a sister. Although I have not seen her before, I have heard it from Yulan and Qianxiang. Long Huishan gently stroked Yuer, who was lying on her lap, as she also gradually fell in love with this mysterious little white cat. After successfully killing one insect, he had allowed Qinxiang and the others to obtain more useful things. At the same time, he had also made Qinxiang realize that his current strength was extremely weak. After successfully killing one insect, he had allowed Qinxiang and the others to obtain more useful things. At the same time, he had also made Qinxiang realize that his current strength was extremely weak. After obtaining the great divine deity, he entered the Hundreds of Flowers Village and went inside the dragon vein. He wanted to refine the great divine deity into a pellet. There are a lot of methods to create a heavenly alchemy. There must be a way to refine this great divine deity into a divine deity that can fuse with my own. Qinxiang urgently needed to condense his divine deity now, as long as he had more divine deity. His divine sense C's power would become even stronger. Qinxiang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I have refined a bone level Dan inside the divine sense C before. If I can refine the divine deity like I would refine pills and fuse it with my divine sense C, then I won't need to cultivate the divine deity so hard. Congealing divine deity gave Qinxiang a huge headache, especially when his cultivation method was different from others. It was harder for him to condense divine deity. In the past, only by condensing divine soul would I be able to cultivate divine deity, but if I were to use the method of refining pellets, maybe I would be able to condense divine soul after cultivating divine deity. Qinxiang already possessed 3 fairly useful innate abilities, which were enough for him to use. For the time being, he did not need to cultivate any other innate abilities, so he could just condense his divine deity directly. He sat in the secret room inside the dragon vein and looked at the incomparably pure, great, divine deity in his hands. Afterwards, he injected the power of creation into it, and at the same time he also used the method of heavenly alchemy to fuse the pure energy within the great divine deity with the power of creation. This way, the great divine deity could be AS, simulated by the power of creation, becoming a power that could produce Chuangzhao Fire S in the future. It works. Qinxiang tried it out and was extremely happy. He decided to use this method to refine his divine deity into a finished product before he associated it with his divine sense C. It was also at this time that Qinxiang suddenly thought of something. Divine deity are formed from the fusion of various types of energies, which is to say, I can refine divine deity inside the pill furnace. Divine deity are pills formed by living beings inside the divine sense C. If I can complete them in the cauldron, my speed will definitely be even faster. If this method was feasible, then it would greatly increase the speed at which he condensed divine deity and could even directly complete various types of divine deity in the pill furnace. But the condition was that he needed a method to refine divine deity, which would definitely need all kinds of precious medicinal pellets that contained all kinds of energy and also ingredients that could continuously evolve. I'll begin the 4th divine deity. After Qinxiang returned from the Super G, D-Realm, he felt that he had suffered a huge blow. Although no one would say that he was weak, he was clear that everyone thought that he was an alchemist and that there was no need for him to be strong. He did not need to fight all over as long as he was concocting pills quietly. Qinxiang originally thought so too, but the current situation was beyond his control. He would have to roll up his sleeves and do it himself many times. So to become a powerful alchemist, he would need to possess extremely strong strength to ensure his safety. When they were entering, Qinxiang had told Ware that he would ask Ware to bring them to the nest of the Bug Queen. If possible, he wanted them to retrieve the great divine deity as soon as possible. It's getting more and more difficult to condense divine deity because divine deity is constantly increasing. Qinxiang couldn't help but sigh. When he first condensed his divine deity, he was already very weak, but now he had already grown very strong. In other words, the fourth divine deity he condensed needs to be at the same level as the other three, or maybe even stronger than the other three. He estimated the strength of the three divine deity S in his body, and then, feeling completely at ease, he took out the medicinal furnace and placed the great divine deity inside it. After refining the great divine deity, it would be enough to become his fourth. We will first use the pill furnace to refine it small, then put it into the divine sense C to refine. The current divine deity was extremely large and needed to be compressed. When compressed, it would cause the mysterious power inside the divine deity to explode, and when compressed, it would become very unstable and could easily explode. It was very dangerous to put it into the divine sense, C, when it was unstable. He might have used the heavenly alchemy to refine divine deity multiple times, but it was different this time. In the past, he had refined the divine deity into pills to eat, and he had obtained a large amount of energy that he could not absorb from within. Right now, even a little of the mysterious power would not be removed. Instead, after being compressed and refined, the quality would still increase by leaps and bounds. So he felt that his fourth divine deity would be very strong. In order to refine the great divine deity, he had to first compress it into a chi state, like when refining pills. Now he needed to compress the great divine deity into chi state and then compress it again. This was Chen Xiang's first time refining this kind of divine deity. He had no experience at all, and the mysterious power that he needed to condense was extremely vast. After I leave, I'll have Meng Er make a pill furnace. If it was a normal pill cultivating, he could use any kind of pill furnace, but right now he couldn't practice normal pill refining and had to refine such a strong divine deity. Although it was difficult, Qin Xiang had faced many difficult problems over the years, and they were all overcome by him. The originally trembling pill furnace, under his hard work, calmed down, and the pill furnace started to gather energy from the inside. One of the benefits of refining pills in the dragon's vein was that he could absorb the boundless divine energy from the dragon's vein while refining pills to replenish his rapid consumption. This way, he wouldn't need to consume pills to replenish his energy. Chen Xiang refined continuously for 3 days and 3 nights without a break, and he consumed a lot of energy at every second. Without this supplement, it would be hard for him to persevere on. This is really killing me. Chen Xiang opened the pill furnace and took out the fist-sized divine deity. The previously crystal-clear divine deity had now been refined into a silver-white color by him. This was because when he was refining, he had been using a large number of Chuangzhao fire to simulate it. After resting for a long time and allowing him to return to his peak condition, he began the second stage of the refinement. This was to allow his divine deity to be refined in the divine sense C. This great divine deity was originally very big, but now that it had shrunk to the size of a fist, not only did it not weaken in the slightest, it even condensed into a single ma, S, causing the quality to greatly increase. And the second stage of refinement was to make this divine deity shrink even further. He placed this divine deity inside the divine sense C, then released the magic method furnace inside the divine sense C, and started the second stage of refinement. Other people's divine deity were all created through hard work, but Chen Xiang himself had cultivated it through hard work. He felt that since he was an alchemist, his own divine deity should be refined just like pill refining. Chen Xiang began to refine the second stage, which was much longer than the first stage. Although the difficulty of the second stage was extremely high, the reason he was refining the pellet was only to reduce the risk. It was extremely dangerous for him to shrink the divine deity to such a small size in the divine sense C, and it was also not beneficial for him to fuse them. Chen Xiang began to refine the second stage, which was much longer than the first stage. Although the difficulty of the second stage was extremely high, the reason he was refining the pellet was only to reduce the risk. It was extremely dangerous for him to shrink the divine deity to such a small size in the divine sense C, and it was also not beneficial for him to fuse them. I have to refine this divine deity so that it can produce a sense of familiarity with me. This way, when the melted energy converges, it will be my fourth divine deity. The second stage was to throw the fist-sized divine deity into the divine sense C to fuse, and then condense it into an even smaller divine deity. This was because the previous fusion had occurred within the divine sense C, and when he assembled it, it was equivalent to his own fourth divine deity. Originally, he could have done it in one go because it was his first time trying it out. In order to be complete, he divided it into 2 steps, and once he got used to it, he would resolve it in one go. After all, this was related to the safety of his divine sense C, so he had to be careful. After the divine deity was melted, Qin Xiang used the powerful mysterious power to wrap it up and then soaked it in the peaceful divine sense C. He also let the divine soul within his other 3 divine deity release a trace of soul power to establish a connection with the ball of divine deity. I wonder if it will work. Qin Xiang patiently waited. Once he succeeded in establishing a good connection between this ball of divine deity which had taken the form of Qi and the other 3, he would be able to combine them. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to condense his 4th divine deity. Fortunately, Qin Xiang only needed to control the mysterious power to wrap that ball of divine deity up. He didn't need to do anything too tiring and could patiently wait. In merely 7 days of time, Qin Xiang had sensed that the other 3 pellets had established a connection with the ball of divine deity, which meant that he could now begin to gather them. He had originally thought that it would take 1 to 2 months before those 3 divine deities would approve of this ball of external divine deity, and now it had only been a short 7 days. The last step. Qin Xiang let that ball of divine deity float from the divine sense C. Then he released the magic method furnace from the divine sense C and began to gather this ball of divine deity. This meant that he had 2 Chuangzhao fire divine deities. In the future, when he released the Chuangzhao fire, the quant. 1. Tai and strength of the 6 realms power that he released would greatly increase after Pa's. Sing through these 2 divine deities. Originally, when he was going to transform the 6 realms power into a Chuangzhao fire, there was only one path he could take, but now that there were 2 paths at the same time after plussing out and then converging them, he could become even faster. He needed Chuangzhao fire to refine pills, so he needed to condense more divine deity that could increase his flames. As the ball of divine deity that had turned into a gaseous state had already been assimilated by his divine sense C and had established a connection with the other 3 divine deity, he was no longer as irritable as before. All right, Qin Xiang shouted excitedly in his heart. The 4th divine deity had already been condensed. This was the Chuangzhao fire's divine deity, and it was still strong, so what he needed to do now was to condense a divine soul inside. In 11 days, the 4th divine deity has been successfully condensed. Qin Xiang opened his eyes and laid on the ground. One must know that he had only condensed the 3rd divine deity earlier, and it wasn't long before the 4th divine deity was 90% complete. This kind of speed was already ridiculously fast, but he was still an alchemist, treating his own divine deity like a pill refining. I'm still short of divine soul. In the past, he would only condense divine deity after cultivating divine soul, but now it was the opposite. I need to train my divine soul seriously as well. This divine deity has a lot of meaning to me. Qin Xiang took out the fire Qilin chain. He felt around a bit and saw that the inside contained divine deity S and divine soul. But divine soul was an extremely terrifying fire tribute divine soul. For the time being, he did not know what kind of divine soul it was, but he felt that it would be beneficial for him in helping the 4th divine deity to manifest. All right, first take a good look at what the divine soul of this fire Qilin chain is. Qin Xiang tried to sense it with his heart, but not long after, he saw a fire unicorn suddenly roar, and it was a purple Qilin, emitting purple flames all over its body. This Qin Xiang was shocked, his eyes open wide as he looked at the Qilin fire chain that had suddenly turned purple. Earlier, he had not only discovered the purple-colored Qilin divine soul, he was also surprised because there were actually 9 sets of divine deity inside. It was just that the inside of the divine deity was missing a single set of divine soul. He took a closer look at the other divine weapons and discovered that other than the profound Wu clothing, the rest all had 9 divine deity. At the beginning, the profound Wu clothing had been damaged, but later on it had 1 divine deity and 1 divine soul, becoming extremely strong. As expected of something refined by the heavenly divine Lord, there are actually 9 strange divine deity s inside. Qin Xiang felt that it was a pity that the profound Wu clothing was so heavily damaged and had lost so much of its divine deity. He placed the fire Qilin chain inside the divine sense, C, to make the fire Qilin chain shrink a little, and wrapped around the 4th divine deity. He hoped that the 4th divine deity would be affected by the purple Qilin divine soul and produce a similar level of divine soul. The process of condensing divine soul was a bit long. Qin Xiang felt that in the future, he would also need to refine the same type of divine soul as the great divine deity. Chuangzhou fire has a very strong regenerative ability. Right now, after absorbing a large amount of divine power from the dragon vein, coupled with the influence of the fire Qilin chain, it should be very easy to condense divine soul. Qin Xiang used the heavenly alchemy and quickly absorbed the energy from the dragon vein to condense the divine soul. In just 2 days of time, he suddenly discovered that a dot had appeared within the 4th divine deity. Using his Tao heart eye to look, he discovered that this dot was formed from purple energy, and it could even move. What's going on? It looks like a baby. Qin Xiang was a little surprised. If that was really the case, then his divine soul embryo had already appeared. The divine soul in its final form was similar to a human's, and it had flesh and blood. When Qin Xiang had first cultivated the divine soul, he had already gone through this long process, and the divine soul that he cultivated afterwards became much easier, allowing him to grow to a mature and perfect state very quickly. After another day, the divine soul within the 4th divine deity was already very obvious. It could be seen that it was a very small infant, only that there was a layer of faint purple-colored mist surrounding the outside. Qin Xiang continued to cultivate. A few days later, he checked again, and what surprised him was that his divine soul had already reached the level of an adult, and his body was even wearing a set of purple armor with some patterns on it. It was actually carved with fire unicorness, and it looked extremely beautiful. To think that divine soul would actually look like this. Qin Xiang suddenly had another idea. He wanted to mainly cultivate 5 different types of supernatural powers, which was 5 main divine soul. This was because he had 5 powerful divine weapons. Qin Xiang had already decided to do this. This also meant that the 3 divine soul that he had previously cultivated needed to undergo a new round of cultivation. Of course, he did not plan to erase this possibility from the beginning. Qin Xiang had already decided to do this. This also meant that the 3 divine soul that he had previously cultivated needed to undergo a new round of cultivation. Of course, he did not plan to erase this possibility from the beginning. His plan was to let the 3 divine soul undergo an increase in power. 5 main divine deity, and these 5 divine deity, and these 5 divine weapons are linked together. In the future, the internal divine deity of the divine weapons, together with the divine deity and my divine sense C, will certainly be even more terrifying. Qin Xiang was excited just thinking about it, because it would make him stronger. Of course, he was an alchemist, and he planned to use the method of refining pills. Heavenly alchemy could be refined in a variety of situations, and it could also be used for refining many things, and what he was most familiar with was refining pills. For divine deity S, Qin Xiang teleported from the dragon vein. Lang Yulan saw that Qin Xiang's expression was not bad, and had a cheerful smile on his face, and asked, "Old brother, you have only been in closed-door cultivation for 10 days. Are you unable to sit still any more?" Lung Yulan was dressed in a battle attire with white armor and 2 large swords in her hands. She seemed to be very excited, and Chun Xiang knew that she must be very excited to be able to fight a big battle. What's going on outside? Chun Xiang tapped on the hard white armor on her shoulder. The insects have all been killed, and the L Devil Emperor has made a contract with us. Lung Yulan laughed. These guys actually sent 3 representatives to challenge us, saying that as long as we win against them, they will immediately retreat and not come out to do evil for the next 10 years. Qin Xiang frowned. What if we lose? If we lose, we have to give them 10 billion Xin Yuan stone. Lung Yulan snorted lightly. These fellows must be crazy and poor. This won't do. We'll lose too much. We lost. They obtained 10 billion Xin Yuan stone. But they lost and they just left. They don't have any risks. Chun Xiang was an alchemist. He often traded elixirs and could be considered a businessman. If it was him, he would definitely not agree to this kind of thing. Lung Yulan said, There's no other way. This is what Gu Dongqin and the others have decided. If you want to know the specifics, you can ask them. I also know that this matter is not that simple. They're not idiots. They must have other thoughts. You have been arranged to fight. Seeing how excited Lung Yulan was, Qin Xiang asked. Yes, they requested that it be a battle of 6 divine deity. At most, it should not exceed 6 divine deity, said. It was very difficult to condense the 6th divine deity, which was a stage of dividing mountains and water. Amongst the DS, there weren't many with 9 divine deity, and in order to attack 10 of them, most of them had been in closed doors cultivation for many years. And what had just formed 6 divine deity was, at its most active moment, most suitable for such extreme battles. I'll go ask Gu Dongqin. Chun Xiang had too many doubts in his heart. LV Chilian and Long Huishan, who knew the truth, were not here. He could only teleport to the 100 Flowers Hall. Only Yen Xilan was there, so she did not understand much about it. Where is he? Chun Xiang only saw Wu Kaming here. You already went to train the little ghosts. You probably don't know yet, right? Wu Kaming also knew that Chun Xiang had gone in for closed-door cultivation. You came out so quickly. Are you in closed-door cultivation to refine pills? Qin Xiang shook his head. No, I know you have agreed to L Devil Emperor's conditions, and we will be sending 3 people over to Partik. 1 P8, right? Wu Kaming nodded his head and laughed. Right now, we are just worrying about this matter. We have already sent about 6 divine deities worth of people to register, and 3 will definitely emerge. Do you want to go and try? Qin Xiang found it funny, because when he saw Lung Yulan's excited look, he thought Ling Yulan had already been chosen. The selection battle had not even started, yet she thought that she had one, and she was as confident as ever. I will go too. L Devil Emperor will definitely be very happy to see me. Qin Xiang laughed. Is the agreement you made with him reliable? Don't worry, we aren't idiots. Wu Kaming said. Even though this solution seems to be a little disadvantageous to us, but at the moment, if we can exchange it for 10 years of peace, it would be a very good development for us. You must know the power behind the Underworld Gate is very strong. It is definitely not something that we can go head-to-head with. If they were to fight with the L Devil Emperor head-on, then it would take many years and the 9-heaven world would be completely annihilated. At that time, when the Super D realm was also merged with the Super D realm, it would be much easier for the 9G DS nation to take action, and he could control the 9-heaven world. Have you guys sent anyone to contact the Heavenly Divine Palace? Qin Xiang now also understood why Gu Dongqin and the others agreed to this condition. No matter if they won or lost, it would stop L Devil Emperor from messing around with them. In the long run, it would benefit the entire 9-heaven world. Yes, the great divine Lord has told us that he will not interfere in this matter for the time being, because if he interferes, the experts of the divine nations hidden here will make a move as well. The nine heaven world will immediately become their battlefield. Wu Keiming said, 9G, DS Nation does have a lot of things to do right now, so they will try their best to avoid starting a war with Great Divine Lord. There was a lot of chaos within the countries of the 9G, DS Nation. All of their power had been dispersed, and there was no time to worry about the nine heaven world. They could only arrange for a few people to take responsibility for it. Oh, right. Are you sure you want to partake? 1P8? You're not joking around, right? I have to say, there are quite a few outstanding seedlings right now. Don't lose too badly at that time. Wu Keiming laughed. Let's talk about the hundreds of Flowers Village. Those girls are not weak either. The corner of Chun Xiang's mouth rose as he smiled. Little Baldy, you're underestimating me too much. Don't think that just because I have too little divine deity that I can be easily bullied, and even more so, don't think that I'm just fooling around doing alchemy all day. Wu Keiming laughed. I have not underestimated you. If I had used any unconventional methods, I think that I would have been tortured to the point that there would not even be dust left. But in the compet, 1, tie-in that is governed by the rules, if you did not use any of those tricks, it would have been very restrictive on you. In the past, many rankers didn't even know how they died at Qin Xiang's hands. So Wu Keiming had no doubts about Qin Xiang's strength, but he understood that it was Qin Xiang who used underhanded methods. If it was an open and honorable battle, Qin Xiang would not have any chance of winning. Of course, Junior Marshal Uncle, if you go for the alchemy compet, 1 tie-in will give you a spot. But for this fight, you should leave it to those kids who have been through special training all year round. They're more adept. Wu Keiming said again. He had originally planned to speak without thinking with Qin Xiang, but he didn't expect Qin Xiang to really go. No, tell me a name, I must go. Qin Xiang said firmly. Wu Keiming knew that he had made a mistake, because Qin Xiang was someone who would not admit defeat. His words just now had provoked Qin Xiang. Seeing how determined he was, Wu Keiming secretly regretted his decision. He should not have provoked Qin Xiang, but he was worried that he would lose during the extreme fighting. Seeing how determined he was, Wu Keiming secretly regretted his decision. He should not have provoked Qin Xiang, but he was worried that he would lose during the extreme fighting. Remember to help me register. If you're not there, Qin Xiang laughed sinisterly, and then left the city lord's mansion, walking alone inside it. Since L Devil Emperor had already made a promise with Gu Dongqin and the others, then what they needed to do now was to make preparations for the upcoming battle. In order to select even more outstanding candidates, there would be a compet, 1 tie-in. When that time came, Gu Dongqin and the others, as the referees, would also be able to find outstanding seedlings to train them. Qin Xiang was aimlessly walking on the busy streets. His mind was not on the compet, 1 tie-in, but on how to refine divine deity S through pill refinement. He needed to create a method to condense divine deity S. Previously, he had used the method of refining pills to quickly cultivate the 4th divine deity. After tasting the sweetness, he wanted to continue cultivating it even more. You can cultivate divine deity by consuming various divine pellets, and the only thing you need to do is to refine and fuse the medicinal power of the divine pellets. However, the process is extremely slow, and the efficiency is also very low. Qin Xiang felt that he could directly refine the various divine pellets that raised his strength, and then refine them into divine deity. He could do this, but it would take a very long time. The large divine deity he obtained from killing the bugs and also required the divine nation's S to spend a lot of time and resources to condense it. Qin Xiang strolled through the city until it was night, then returned to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, where Long Huishan was also present. Where's Sister Qilian? Qin Xiang asked. He wanted to ask LV Qilian something. She knows how to teach you Lan and Qianxiang. Long Huishan said. In 10 days he will compete with that little demon for those 3 spots. You should have heard of this matter. Qin Xiang nodded his head, and he had also partic. 1 P aided, so it was clear that Long Huishan and the others did not know about his registration. What about Fu Tian School's Fu Tiangao? Did he succeed in killing him? Asked. Setting up a trap to kill off all of the Fu Tian School-S was an extremely secretive matter, and Yen Xilin might not even know about it. No, Fu Tiangao and his father escaped, but the more than 4,000 disciples they sent over all died in the killing array. Long Huishan shook his head. That Fu Tian school is very strong. His strength has far exceeded our expectations. Even under such circumstances, he was still able to bring his son and run away. Then, after killing the bugs, did you get the great divine deity? Chun Xiang asked again. He really liked this kind of thing. I didn't get it, and I don't know why we didn't discover that kind of great divine deity. Could it be that only the first insect does? Long Huishan had also partook. 1. P. Aided in the battle after killing the bugs. She knew that Chun Xiang desperately needed the great divine deity, so she had paid attention to it at that time. This caused Chun Xiang to frown. If there was only that bug queen, then it meant that the great divine deity was even harder to condense than he had imagined. Even the resources and power grasped by the divine nations would be difficult to achieve. He had originally planned to study how the great divine deity was refined carefully. When can we compete with H.E.L., L. Devil Emperor, and the rest? Chun Xiang saw that everyone was not so nervous. There was still time for the compet. 1 Tian. 1 month later, we are worried that someone from the divine nations will help them carry out a compet. 1 Tian. Long Huishan said, That's why I am sending all of my outstanding disciples here. Chun Xiang laughed. Big Sis Long, do you think that if I were to partake 1 P 8 in the selection 2, I would be able to compete for those 3 spots? Yen Xilin, who had been standing quietly at the side, laughed. Do you even need to say that? You can definitely fight for it. Long Huishan also laughed. That's true. This little demon is hiding his strength well, even though he is extremely well hidden from us. You too have such confidence in me. To think that this little baldy Wu Kaming was actually worried that I would lose during the selection. Chun Xiang said with grat. 1 Tood. Yen Xilin chuckled. His worries are not without reason, because at that time all of the partic 1 P ants will be using their full power, and they cannot use any other means, which would require a lot of publicity. You have always been giving people the impression that you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, and it's also because the time between Super G, D Realm, and here is different, which is why you have to come back, losing a lot of time, and your cultivation level hasn't reached the boundary of the 6th divine deity. Yet, it's normal for him to not look favorably on you. Chun Xiang touched Yen Xilin's jade face. My Lysis is not bad. Then why do you think so highly of me? When Long Huishan saw that Chun Xiang had made a move on Yen Xilin, he knew that Yen Xilin was also his man. Because you cultivate in the taboo magic, so during the compet 1 Tian, there is no limit to how much you can use these taboo magic, and many people do not even know much about these taboo magic. Even we do not know much about the might of the taboo magic that you cultivate in, Yen Xilin said. Although I have seen you use it before, it is full of different kinds of things. Long Huishan nodded his head and said, The strong thing about taboo magic is that it has a very big effect. For example, your demurdering sword techniques is different from W-A-N-G genes. H-I+-S. But the heavenly alchemy is even more difficult to say. You, Jia, said before, only you have comprehended it the deepest, and the things that they have comprehended are very shallow. Yen Xilin laughed. Wu Kaming is worried that your heroic name will be ruined in this selection. That's why he said that to you. But come to think of it, you really plan to partake. 1 P8. Chun Xiang crossed his legs and laughed. The two of you aren't worried about this, are you? Long Huishan and Yen Xilin were silent for a while. They understood Chun Xiang's methods very well. If Chun Xiang used all of his skills, even if he was 2G, Delay, they would probably be killed by him. But if it was an open and honorable combat, one, Taiyan, it would be hard to say. In their eyes, Qinxiang only had 3 divine deity. In addition to that, perhaps he could also barely compete with the 6 divine deity S, which were at his limits. That's not it. I heard that you have cultivated bones, adding that you are using the taboo magic during battle. There is no problem if you want to win against the 6th divine deity. Long Huishan said. Qinxiang had experienced so many battles. Just the ACCU, mulat fighting aura, and rich experience was not something that a young person could compare with. Qinxiang laughed. I have already partook. 1. Pete aided in it, but I will only tell the 2 of you. Don't mention it to Yulan and Qinxiang. They have always wanted to compete with me. At that time, I will give them a surprise and also teach them a lesson. Yan Xilan was a little surprised. Ah, you really partook. 1. P aided in it. If H.E.L. Devil Emperor knew, he would definitely be happy to death. He really wanted to kill you. At that time, he would definitely do everything he could to find the strongest 6 divine deity to fight you. Qinxiang wasn't really worried about this. Many people only knew that he had grasped the 2 taboo magic S, the God murdering sword techniques, and the heavenly alchemy. After all, it was easy to expose when using it, and it was difficult to conceal. Qinxiang wasn't really worried about this. Many people only knew that he had grasped the 2 taboo magic S, the demurdering sword techniques, and the heavenly alchemy. After all, it was easy to expose when using it, and it was difficult to conceal. However, the 2 divine arts of the heavenly spirit Kung Fu and the 6 realms magic Kung Fu were well hidden by him. The 6 realms magic Kung Fu helped him cultivate and create a strong 6 realms power, while the heavenly spirit Kung Fu allowed him to develop his celestial phenomenon ability. Big Sis Long Bing Yin has come out. You can go and have a good talk with her now. Yuer suddenly flew over and said with a smile, Bing Yan will teach you how to grasp the power of the ice laws. Shui, Bing Yan had the Tao Heartstone. So long as it was a small pellet, it could bring a lot of benefits to a person. At that time, Qinxiang had also given some to Feng Yujie, and when Feng Yujie returned to Hundreds of Flowers Village, he had also distributed quite a bit. Long Huishan nodded, then said to Qinxiang, When the time comes, I'll try my best to come out of seclusion and quickly support you. Hearing Long Huishan's words, Yuer immediately understood that Qinxiang was also partook. 1. P. Aiding in the selection compet. 1. Taiyan. After Long Huishan left, Qinxiang asked, Sister Zilan, are there any training rooms here? Yes, deep underground. I'll take you there. Yan Xilan naturally hoped that the man he loved would become stronger. Yuer, I need you to guide me when the time comes. Qinxiang carried Yuer and followed behind Yan Xilan. They quickly arrived at the underground training room. Yan Xilan warned Qinxiang to pay attention to the time, then walked out and closed the door. Yuer flew around Qinxiang once and said in shock, How did you create the 4th divine deity? You just managed to cultivate the 3rd divine deity not long ago. Last time when Qinxiang was training the 3rd divine deity, Yuer was the one who was giving him pointers. Yuer remembered it very clearly, and not too long after, Qinxiang created a set of divine deity. I fused with that great divine deity, and then I used the Qilin fire chain to cultivate my divine soul. Qinxiang said, When I was fusing with the great divine deity, I used the method of me refining the pellet. The specifics are a bit complicated, but in short, this is my new method. It's just that I didn't think that the Bug Empress would no longer have great divine deity. What a pity. Even if it fuses with that great divine deity, isn't that a little too fast? Yuer, who came from the Star Law divine realm, found this unbelievable as well, and it was only 10-odd days ago. All right, this is a technique you just created. It should be related to the heavenly alchemy, right? Qinxiang nodded his head. I am preparing to partake. 1. P8 in the selection. I need to master some techniques or methods to use bones. I do not have much understanding towards bones, of course. I mainly use them to deal with L Devil Emperor. Yuer, of course, knew about the selection because the hundreds of Flowers Village had been picking people to partake. 1. P. ate in it in the past few days and also through compet. 1 tie-ins. When the time comes, your 2 younger sisters will partake. 1 P8. Aren't you afraid of hurting their hearts? Yuer laughed. You might be soft-hearted when the time comes. It's not like I've never hit them before. Chun Xiang laughed. Don't worry about that. If I meet them, I must defeat them so they won't think that I, their brother, need their protection. Oh, right, will Xian Xian partake? 1 P8? Chun Xiang asked. No, the beauties who forge equipment and refine pills don't like fighting, but they don't look weak either. Yuer said. These days, she had been the darling of the hundreds of Flowers Village, and they got to know each other very well. Let's get down to business. The divine soul that you fused with is the star swallowing divine cows, and this guy can also be considered to be from the star, moon divine race. He must definitely have a very powerful star moon within his divine soul, so the bones technique that I use is suitable. Yuetra said, I suggest that you integrate all of your bones into the star moon divine soul in the future so that you can use my technique. In the future, I will teach you the divine star moon art so that you can absorb the power of the star moon. Yuer, you are so kind. Thank you so much. Chun Xiang rubbed her face. I'm very grateful to you as well. If it wasn't for you saving me, I might still be serving as a sacrifice right now. Yuer laughed. Yuer entered Chun Xiang's divine sense C, and Pa-S said her bones technique to him, allowing him to familiarize himself with her first. The bones and methods I use are reserved and insidious. Moonchild said, in other words, when you attack, there won't be any aura. Only when you attack the enemy will it be effective. Strength is also the type that belongs to the Yin attribute. If you do not hit, then you will not need to use up your energy. You are training in the 6 realms power, so through the transformation of the 6 realms power, the power that you unleash will become even more terrifying. Yuer said, Divine power of the cold moon. Chun Xiang muttered, and then used this technique to circulate the 6 realms power in his body, and when it flowed into his fist, it released a faint light, just like moonlight. Yes, this is an ice-cold power, but it will not directly freeze the surface of the enemy. For example, if you hit the body of the enemy, the cold power will be able to instantly pierce through their air filth, or even freeze their bone and blood. Yuer replied, Of course, it's not just the effects of the cold, because the power of your bones is already very frightening. This cold energy is only supplementary. Chun Xiang nodded his head. Even if he did not use 6 realms power S, directly using his fists against it would still be able to unleash a very terrifying power. If his bones and 6 realms power were to work together, the power would be even more terrifying. If you want to be a little more violent, then use the meteor immortal power. Yuer said. Chun Xiang tried using the technique that Yuer had just taught him, and as he rolled up the sleeves of his left arm, he only saw a wave of energy that caused his skin to bulge out. Come here. Seeing that the power was about to burst out of his fist, Chun Xiang anxiously controlled it, otherwise it would cause a big commotion. I really didn't expect that after using it, bones and bones would actually absorb a large portion of 6 realms power so fiercely. After Pa-S, sing through the bones, that surge of 6 realms power shot out of the fist like a meteor. The power it released must be very sharp. Chun Xiang exclaimed and was secretly overjoyed. Chun Xiang grasped it very quickly, especially the meteor immortal power just now. He used it several times in a row, and the power he used each time became greater and greater. What's going on? It's actually hotter than before. Yuer exclaimed, You don't seem to be directly using the 6 realms power. Chun Xiang said as he nodded his head, No, the divine deity that I have condensed just now is flame divine deity. I now have 2 flame divine deity. I want the 6 realms power to first pa S through 2 flame divine deity and transform it into fire power, and then let the bones absorb it and transform it into meteor immortal power. So that's how it is. It's pretty good to use it like this. Yue replied, These 2 moves are enough for you to use. Chun Xiang looked at his left hand and sighed. It's a pity that only this part has bones. Chun Xiang had mastered these 2 moves in just one night, but he felt that it was not enough. After that, he used a few more days of time and used a portion of the bones techniques, once or twice. Chun Xiang had mastered these 2 moves in just one night, but he felt that it was not enough. After that, he used a few more days of time and used a portion of the bones techniques, once or twice. You don't need to use weapons in battle, but you can use protective gear. Yue replied, This way, you won't be able to use your demurdering sword techniques at all. The demurdering sword techniques was also one of Chun Xiang's trump cards, although he did not use it much. I'm fine. Chun Xiang understood the 7 devil-slain kung fu, and there were similarities between the time changes in the first style and the demurdering sword techniques. Chun Xiang exited the secret room. After taking a bath, he used the transmission array to head towards the hundreds of Flowers Village. Under Yue's lead, he arrived at a large courtyard that was surrounded by 3 sides of a mountain. This is where they forged their equipment. The environment is not bad. When Chun Xiang walked into the courtyard, he immediately felt a warm wind blowing. It was extremely sultry inside, but he was able to endure it. At this time, Dongfang Xinyue and Lu Meng'er were both sitting cross-legged on stone stools beside the stove. Although it was very hot in this place, they did not feel hot at all. The 2 girls were dressed in extremely loose white dresses, and when Chun Xiang arrived, he did not disturb them. He entered the hall in the house, and the moment he entered, he saw that Xue Xianxian and Dongfang Jing were there. They were carefully looking at a drawing on a long table, and did not notice that Chun Xiang and Yue had entered. Brother. Dongfang Jing unintentionally turned her head to look outside, and suddenly saw Chun Xiang standing there smiling, and exclaimed in surprise. When Xue Xianxian heard it, he also raised his head. After seeing Chun Xiang, he was rarely overjoyed and hastily walked over. I've been back for so long and finally saw you. Xue Xianxian and Chun Xiang hugged each other for a while, then looked at each other with deep emotions. They didn't need to say anything more, as they could already feel each other's feelings. I heard from Yue that you guys wouldn't be staying in seclusion during this period of time, so I came here to try my luck and see if I could see you busy beauties. Chun Xiang laughed and gently caressed Dongfang Jing's head. Jing has become more powerful too. She is now a master refiner. Brother, I missed you so much. Dongfang Jing hugged Chun Xiang's arm and said tenderly. Chun Xiang looked at Lu Meng'er and Dongfang Xinyue who were outside. They seemed to already know that he had come, but continued with their matter. What are the elder sister Meng'er and Xinyue doing? Why are they so serious? Chun Xiang asked softly. They are smelting artifact materials, which is very critical, so they can't stop right now. Xue Xianxian held Chun Xiang's hand and chuckled. Little scoundrel, don't go around bullying people in hundreds of Flowers Village. How could I? I'm very honest, don't you believe me? Chun Xiang looked at Yue, who was in Dongfang Jing's embrace, and saw Yue shake her head. Xue Xianxian laughed. Look at Yue. She isn't even helping you. Honestly speaking, who have you harmed this time? I really don't have any. You're really not kind. Chun Xiang scratched his head, looking at Yue aggrieved, and then looking at Dongfang Jing. Brother, just be honest with me. It's going to be like this anyways. It's not like Sister Xianxian will say anything to you. Dongfang Jing smiled gently and sweetly. Jing you. Chun Xiang was completely speechless. Dongfang Jing actually said the same thing. Well, yes. Sister Violet Orchid and Sister Hui Shan. And there's also Sister Qinlian. Chun Xiang told her the truth. This was the woman that he had intimate with after he returned. This. Really? Big sister Hui Shan, you dare to move. Although Xue Xianxian said that, he was already stepping on Chun Xiang's feet. Dongfang Jing also snickered by the side. Xianxian, can you guys help me refine a pill furnace? After so many years, I still don't have a good pill furnace. Chun Xiang purposely pretended to be pitiful. After Xue Xianxian heard this, he snorted. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Xiang laughed. How can it be as good as yours, using your pill furnaces to concoct pills? I will definitely make it much smoother. I will concoct many pills for all of you to eat. Xue Xianxian looked at Dongfang Jing and immediately took out a thick piece of paper. This is the blueprint that we found in the Divine Book. It's mainly for refining a divine stove. It's not difficult for us to refine it. It's just that we are lacking in the materials, because the materials that we need are materials that we have never seen before, so we have never heard of them before. What materials do you need? Give me a list, and I'll think of a way to get it. Chun Xiang said. Xue Xianxian immediately wrote down a list for Chen Xiang. They were only missing 3 items. Chen Xiang had heard of them before, but since they were lacking, then they must be very precious. Right, there's one more thing. Chen Xiang let the Profound Wu clothing reveal himself and said, This is the Profound Wu clothing. Have you all seen this before from that divine book? I have. After Xue Xianxian learned that this was a Profound Wu clothing, he suddenly became very excited. He anxiously came over and touched it, and then used his spiritual sense to investigate this Profound Wu clothing, which was the same for Dongfang Jing. It's broken, and it's very serious. Xue Xianxian said as his brows knitted together. Originally, there were 9 divine deity grooves here, and they were meant for divine deity. Now there's only one of them, and the fused divine deity does not match the Profound Wu clothing either, causing the Profound Wu clothing's power to decrease by a lot. Xue Xianxian said. Dongfang Jing nodded his head. But repairing isn't easy either. According to the records in the Divine Book, refining this Profound Wu clothing back then was extremely difficult. It was one of the hardest among the 5 divine weapons. This Profound Wu clothing is very hard to obtain. Chun Xiang said, then Xue Xianxian and Dongfang Jing guided him, and quickly took it off according to the method written in the Divine Book. Chun Xiang now knew that when Xue Xianxian and the others were refining and setting up the array, they were both involved in the coordination and usage of divine deity, so they had a very deep understanding of this aspect. Can you guys fix it? Do you need me to refine something else? Chun Xiang asked. I still don't know. Let's talk after Elder Sister Menger and Sister War Moon have arrived. Although this Profound Wu clothing is broken, its defensive power is still very strong. It's all right for you to just take it off like this. Xue Xianxian was a little worried. This was Chun Xiang's life-saving armor. Don't worry, I still have other methods. The art of breeding heavenly elephants that Chun Xiang cultivates is also a very powerful defensive delay art. The dead man suddenly came back and threw us so many things to do. Lu Menger's soft groan came from outside the door. Hearing Lu Menger's voice, Chun Xiang couldn't help but think back to everything that had happened between him and Lu Meng. Dongfang Xinyue smiled at Chun Xiang charmingly. That charming smile was filled with a myriad of emotions. As Lu Menger spoke, he had already reached the side of the table and picked up the Profound Wu clothing. Looking at it, I can fix it. It will take some time, but it's a bit more difficult to fill in the missing divine deity. Lu Menger handed the Profound Wu clothing over to Dongfang Xinyue, and then gently wiped the sweat off Chun Xiang's forehead. A few days ago, that girl Yulan came to find me. She said that she wanted to fight for us, the HEL Devil Emperor. Lu Menger asked. She was not clear about these things. Lu Menger and the others weren't very clear about this matter, and Lung Yulan didn't explain in detail to them either, as if he was worried that they would stop him. Lu Menger and the others weren't very clear about this matter, and Lung Yulan didn't explain in detail to them either, as if he was worried that they would stop him. Chen Xiang told them about this matter. No wonder Chilean came to find me a few days ago and asked if I wanted to partake. 1. P. 8 in the compet. 1. Tian. We were not interested in that. Lu Meng'er said, when the time comes, Yulan and Chen Xiang will definitely go all out. They really like fighting against all kinds of opponents. Seeing Chen Xiang smile, Xue Xianxian asked, Husband, you aren't partake. 1. P8ing, right? I'm definitely going to partake. 1. P8. Don't you know how much the little baldy underestimates me? Chun Xiang said with an unconvinced face. You're still saying that I don't have any proper methods, so I don't have any strength. Lu Meng'er and the others were Chun Xiang's women after all, so they knew everything about this, even though they were not clear about Chen Xiang's strength at the moment. According to their understanding of Chen Xiang, there was no way he would do something where there was no chance of victory. When the time comes, we won't go. You will definitely win. This is something without any suspense. Since we know you can win, there's no point in us going. Dongfang Xinyue smiled as she caressed Qin Xiang's handsome face. Xue Xianxian said, Sister Han Ro came to us and told us that you have collected all the ancient divine weapons. Can you let us take a look? Lu Meng'er and the others were more interested in these things, just like how Lung Yulan and the others were obsessed with battles. Chun Xiang placed the azure dragon divine saber, Suzuka bow, Qilin fire chain, and the white tiger gloves on the table. These items looked extremely ordinary, but were all refined by the Heavenly Divine Lord. Heavenly Divine Lord has recorded all he learned about artifact forging in the Divine Book. All of these are in that book. Now that I can see what's inside, it's pretty amazing. Lu Meng'er held onto the green dragon divine saber and waved it a few times. Although the blade looked very ordinary, the materials used and the complicated spirit grain inscriptions drawn inside were not ordinary at all. After playing with them for a while, they finally got Chen Xiang to keep them. The only problem was that these divine weapons did not have enough divine deity within them. Leave this profound Wu clothing with us for now. We will help you repair it as soon as possible. Lu Meng'er placed the profound Wu clothing into a wooden chest and stored it away. What you need the most right now should be a good pill furnace. Chan Xiang nodded. Didn't you guys say that you are lacking materials? The materials to refine that divine furnace must all be from the divine nations, and I might have to go there to find them. Xue Xianxian kept all the blueprints on the table and took out a few cups and poured some fragrant fruit juice for the people here. There's no need to go to the divine nations to find him. Xue Xianxian took out a plate, poured some juice on it, and set it to Yuer. Thank you, Sister Xianxian, Yuer tenderly said. Xue Xianxian smiled, gently patted Yuer's little head, and continued. You can ask Great Divine Lord for it. The divine book in our hands was originally from 9 divine kings, so they definitely have a lot of materials in their hands. Dongfang Xinyue also nodded his head. Since they have the intention to return to their country, they must be HOA, writing quite a bit of resources in this area. Chun Xiang did not actually think about going to Great Divine Lord. He really did need a good pill furnace. The divine pills he refined next would require him to make all sorts of dangerous attempts. Ordinary pill furnaces would not be able to handle them. All right, I'll go now. Chun Xiang nodded. When Great Divine Lord and the others were saved, they built a heavenly divine palace on that desert. Great Divine Lord even said that he wanted to open a dragon vein. Chun Xiang still remembered where he was. He had left the hundreds of flowers village and was teleported to the nearest city in the desert. After arriving at the city, he immediately found out that the Heavenly Divine Palace was openly recruiting disciples. Right now, Great Divine Lord could not directly partake. 1. P8 in the affairs of 9 Heaven World, or else divine nations would also take action, and seeing the outbreak of war here was not what Great Divine Lord wished to see. But he could take this opportunity to choose an outstanding seedling to begin nurturing. Right now, he had so many resources, and Great Divine Lord and the rest had a deep foundation. He could quickly nurture a group of outstanding disciples. This city was still rather far from the Heavenly Divine Lord, but Chenxiang knew where he was heading. He immediately used the S-P-A-C wind to go through a mountain range, and discovered that he seemed to have taken the wrong path. It should be a desert ahead. Chenxiang looked at the beautiful prairie in front of him and started to suspect if he had recognized the wrong direction. Just when he was unsure, he saw a group of people riding magic treasures flying over. Behind them, there were also people riding magic treasures continuously, and there were quite a few people coming and going. This place has definitely been remodeled by the Heavenly Divine Palace before. With their powers, this place is too easy. After Chenxiang understood everything, he continued to use the S-P-A-C wind to move forward. Not long after, he stopped because he felt a weak spatial fluctuation in front of him. This was caused by a powerful formation. In front of them was the majestic Heavenly Divine Palace. Just the golden door was enough to shock everyone, let alone the tall buildings inside. Through the wide open doors, one could see the magnificent buildings and the tall mountains. There were not just buildings, but also mountains and rivers, making the interior very beautiful and comfortable to live in. Although the door was wide open, not everyone could enter. The door that led to the dragon had a translucent barrier that could be seen at a glance. Anyone who entered would be blocked by this barrier. What Chenxiang did not understand was that there were no guards outside the gate, nor were there any other small doors. He did not know how to enter as well, but many people were currently waiting and chatting at the bottom of the gate. An old man who was very talkative saw that Chenxiang was at a loss and walked over laughing. "This little brother, is this your first time here? Don't you know how to get in?" Chenxiang didn't have any way to contact the Great Divine Lord right now. He nodded. He wanted to see the Great Divine Lord as soon as possible. Don't worry, once noon arrives, the enchantment will weaken. As long as you can enter this door, even if you pass the first stage of the examination and the next stage, I heard that there are a total of 3 stages. You will be able to become a member of the Heavenly Divine Palace after passing the first stage. The old man said, "I can pass the first stage, but I can never pass the second stage." Chenxiang finally understood that there were actually many people who came here every day to try and pass the 10 trials set up by the Heavenly Divine Palace. Interesting. Chenxiang laughed. He also wanted to see the content of the Heavenly Divine Palace's examinations. Young man, being confident is a good thing, but being too confident is not so good. This exam was extremely difficult, especially so for the final test. It was said that not even Empyrean G.O.D.S. would be able to pass it. But strangely, only a few imps from the profound G.O.D. and true G.O.D. could pass, so I guess that someone was guarding the 3rd trial. The old man said. Chenxiang looked at the blazing sun in the sky, and it was almost noon. He said, "It seems that the Heavenly Divine Palace's assessment is mainly about potential, and only people with great potential have value in nurturing them." Chenxiang looked at the blazing sun in the sky, and it was almost noon. He said, "It seems that the Heavenly Divine Palace's assessment is mainly about potential, and only people with great potential have value in nurturing them." The old man did not agree with Chenxiang's words. "If what you say is true, then wouldn't the old man, be hopeless? I am working very hard, and I believe that I will definitely be able to join the Heavenly Divine Palace." Chenxiang also didn't know what the Heavenly Divine Palace had done to make so many people want to join their ranks. Hard work is also a type of potential. Chenxiang laughed. "Old senior, if you are really willing to work hard, then you still have a lot of potential." The old man laughed. "Young man, you look different from the others. Are you a disciple of a famous sect?" It sounds like he's talking in an enigmatic manner. When noon arrived, the people at the front of the door all shouted. Chenxiang and the old man looked over. only to see the door's enchantment suddenly flash, turning into a light gold color, and everyone rushed in. "I'll go in first. I'll wait for you at the second stage." When the old man saw this group of young people charging around like mad bulls, he shook his head and quickly walked over. Chunxiang could feel a faint energy fluctuation on the old man's body, as though he was controlling the mysterious power on his body to tremble slightly. Just like this, he very easily stepped into the faint golden light curtain and entered the wide plaza. Chunxiang also walked over. The barrier was indeed much weaker now. He had only used a little of his spatial energy to get past the translucent barrier. Old Man Han can easily enter because he has tried many times. But who is this kid? I've been here for so long, but I've never seen him before. Could it be that he went in the first time? A middle-aged man said. Everyone looked at Chunxiang's back and started to discuss. What made Chunxiang even more baffled was that only he and Old Man Han had entered. No one else was able to enter, and he didn't know how great the resistance of the light screen was either. When he entered, he couldn't feel it at all. "You really came in." Old Man Han saw that Chunxiang was following him and was still surprised because he had tried many times before to get in. He thought that no matter how strong Chunxiang was, he would have to be hit a few times. Yet Chunxiang just casually walked in like he was walking normally. Chunxiang only smiled and then asked, "Senior, what is the second round of examination?" "The second test is to go to that mountain. There will be a lot of obstacles along the way." The old man pointed to a tall mountain on the left. "You can pass by a house at the foot of the mountain." "So easy." Chunxiang saw that the mountain was not too far away. He would be able to reach there after a while using the SPAC wind. It's not easy at all. There will be a lot of people blocking the way. All of them are ray traps. Occasionally there will be some beasts or even some plants that can be used to harass people. The old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. As long as they said through the forest, they would be able to reach the foot of the mountain. Chunxiang had just tested it a moment ago and could feel that SPAC wind. "When can we start?" Chunxiang asked. "I can start now, but I need to make some preparations. This is the 15th time I've successfully entered." The old man sighed. Chunxiang asked, "Senior, where exactly is the heavenly divine Lord attracting you?" The old man was surprised. "Don't tell me you didn't know when you came. What exactly are you here for?" Chunxiang scratched his head and laughed. "I was just passing by, and then I planned to come in to take a look." "So what's so good about Heavenly Divine Lord?" "You are an outsider. You definitely can understand. We grew up in this region, and the sudden appearance of this Heavenly Divine Palace caused this originally barren land to become so lively. Furthermore, there's a dragon vein here, and that's enough to attract many people." The old man said. Chunxiang nodded his head. The Heavenly Divine Palace did not need to do much. Just the change here was enough to make many fear the strength of the Heavenly Divine Palace. "Then I'll take my leave. Senior, you must work hard." Chunxiang smiled at the old man, then used the SPAC wind and disappeared. The old man was shocked by Chunxiang. He immediately looked around and did not see any more signs of Chunxiang. Chunxiang had already entered the forest, and in the blink of an eye he had already said through the forest and arrived at the small hut below the mountain that the old man had mentioned before. "It's you." On the stone table in front of the hut, a woman was eating. This woman was really Jiu Hanru's good sister, Chu Yinhui. "Big sister Yinhui," Chunxiang sweetly shouted, with a gentle smile on her face. "Did I disturb you?" Chu Yinhui looked at the sun in the sky and said with a bit of surprise, "It's only noon, and I've already cleared 2 stages. Hee, if you weren't powerful, you wouldn't have been able to save us. You must be here to look for the great divine Lord. You can just go straight up the mountain." Chu Yinhui pointed to a mountain road. "Thank you, big sister Yinhui," After Qin Xiang expressed his thanks, he immediately walked toward the mountain road. If you see little Jiu Mei and Yu Jia, tell them to find me when they have time to play. I will be able to hear your shouts outside the door. Chu Yunhui warned Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang responded, then used the S.P.A.C. wind to go up the mountain. This guy is getting more and more familiar with the use of spatial energy. Chu Yunhui mumbled to himself as he continued to eat her food. Qin Xiang quickly reached the summit. There was only a small hut here, but the great divine lord actually lived in such a simple place. He stood at the summit of the mountain and looked at his surroundings, discovering that there were a lot of green mountains that were not too tall and not too short either. Qin Xiang looked towards the door of the hut and saw a middle-aged man smiling as he walked out. He then pointed to a wooden table at the entrance. Sit! There were so many grand buildings here, but he decided to stay here for other reasons. He suspected that these green mountains all had a channel that linked them to the dragon vein, allowing them to quickly absorb the energy inside the deep dragon vein. This new heavenly divine lord is pretty good, said. Great divine lord also took out something to entertain Qin Xiang, just like old friends meeting each other. Great divine lord laughed. It's just that there are too few people. Do you have any suggestions? Right now, there were more middle and strong great divine lordess, but they did not have any new blood, which was why they needed to recruit disciples with potential. I suggest that you go to the 9 Heaven School and the bosses of the devil-killing divine city secretly. You can borrow a few people from them or form an alliance inside. Qin Xiang said, currently, Heavenly Divine Palace lacked young and promising disciples, but there were a lot of such disciples in 9 Heaven School and devil-killing divine city. On the other hand, 9 Heaven School and devil-killing divine city lacked experts with upper and middle strength, causing many disciples to not be able to receive the best guidance. Currently, Heavenly Divine Palace lacked young and promising disciples, but there were a lot of such disciples in 9 Heaven School and devil-killing divine city. On the other hand, 9 Heaven School and devil-killing divine city lacked experts with upper and middle strength, causing many disciples to not be able to receive the best guidance. On the other hand, many of Heavenly Divine Palace's upper CLA, S, and powerful antiques, they could really complement each other. After Qin Xiang briefly told Great Divine Lord about the situation between 9 Heaven School and himself, the Great Divine Lord also nodded, indicating that he would definitely come into contact with the 9 Heaven School and ask about the matter of the alliance. Great Divine Lord, I came here to ask you if you have these materials for refining weapons. Qin Xiang took out a list, on which was written the ingredients needed to refine the pill furnace. When Great Divine Lord saw it, he laughed. You must be refining a pill furnace. And I am currently lacking a good pill furnace, and my wife just so happened to find the blueprint from the Divine Book Paes, set down by your 9 brothers. She is lacking in materials. Qin Xiang said, I have all of these. Great Divine Lord immediately took out 3 storage bags. Take these ingredients. If you successfully refine the pill furnace, you must show them to me. I want to know how much of that divine book your wife has in her possession. Your wife is too incredible. She can even refine a pill furnace of that level herself. She's not the only one. There are a few. Qin Xiang said. Great Divine Lord only laughed. He obviously understood what Qin Xiang meant. Yu Jie came to find me. She is currently in the process of refining pills, and she needs a good pill furnace as well. So I will give you a lot of ingredients. When the time comes, use them well. The reason why our divine nations of the 9th heaven rose in power all those years ago was mainly because of the powerful alchemist. Qin Xiang nodded her head. This was also the reason why Feng Yujie wanted to walk down the pill Dao. It was because she had inherited one of the 9 divine kings' pill refining skills from the past. Great Divine Lord, when exactly is this 9 heaven world going to devour Super G, OD realm? Qin Xiang asked, The Super G D realm has a lot of resources, but if the 9 heaven world were to take over the Super G D realm now, facing the strong warriors and powerful beasts of the Super G D realm, we are still very weak. Once it is annexed, it will be difficult for the 9 heaven world to be destroyed in the future. If it develops smoothly in the future, it will become a strong and prosperous world. If you establish a relations HI plus P with other powerful worlds, then the development will be even faster. Great Divine Lord said, as far as I know, the rules of the Star Law Divine Realm are pretty good. When the time comes, I'll go pay a visit to the Star Law Divine Realm and see if I can establish a transmission array with them. Other than the Star Law Divine Realm, is there any other world? Qinxiang asked, because the powerhouses in charge of the Star Law Divine Realm wanted to live forever and kill undead divine race. They had left a very bad impression on Qinxiang. It's just that we don't understand them as we do. The one closest to us is the Star Law Divine Realm. Of course, we don't necessarily just establish a relations HI plus P with the Star Law Divine Realm. When that time comes, the Star Law Divine Realm will become our stepping stone, and we will be able to understand other powerful worlds through the Star Law Divine Realm. Then we can learn from their experiences and develop our world. The Great Divine Lord said, it's still too early to say all these. First, the 9 heaven world has to swallow the Super G D realm and then develop it peacefully for a period of time. With the threat of the 9G DS nation, this gave the Great Divine Lord a headache, and the Heavenly Divine Lord who had wanted to do this had been annihilated by the 9G DS nation's Divine Lord, which resulted in this world becoming a slowly growing world, even though there was the powerful Divine Lord. Great Divine Lord, do you understand the matters above 9G DS nation now? Qinxiang was more interested in the matters above. I know a bit, but I'm quite concerned about it right now. Because once the upper management stabilizes, they will start to deal with me. 9 divine kings laughed out loud. I am their old rival. Right now, the more optimistic thing is that Divine Lord and some old fellows will be leaving together. Although their lives won't be long, they aren't willing to die like this. So they have to look for their path to longevity. Speaking to here, Great Divine Lord sighed, because he knew that he would soon be on this path as well. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't withstand the ravages of time. Many experts who had reached the peak of their power, unable to break through, had died this way. Then I'll leave first. I'm still in a hurry to go back. Qinxiang laughed. My wife has always been worried about the lack of materials. If she knew that there was so much, she would definitely be very happy. Great Divine Lord nodded his head. These few days, I have also collected some things about you. You are indeed my amazing little ghost. The Great Divine Lord immediately opened a spatial tunnel, allowing Qinxiang to come to the side of a city. The next time he came, he would just have to shout for Chu Yinhui at the door. It was already afternoon when he returned to Hundreds of Flowers Village. Lu Menger, Xue Xianxian, and the other 3 were in the courtyard handling the materials that had been smelted in the furnace. You're back so soon. Any gains? Xue Xianxian asked as she controlled a piece of refining material that had fused into a liquid and put it into the jar. It looked to be extremely difficult, as the ball of liquid also emitted a purple flame and gave off a very high heat. Qinxiang walked over and wiped off the sweat on her forehead and laughed. Of course there is, and there's even a lot of it. You guys will be busy in the future. If you have time, go find Sister Feng and the others, and ask them what kind of pill furnaces they need. Great Divine Lord gave me a lot of ingredients, so I can make a few. Lu Menger said, Xiang Yu told us before they need a large-scale pill furnace. They also want to learn from our method of smelting together. In other words, a few people's minds were linked and they would simultaneously control a pill furnace to concoct pills together. This was the case for and the others when refining. This way, they would be able to refine many things that were difficult to refine without being too strong. They all cultivate heavenly alchemy to refine pills. I think they will definitely work together well. Dongfang Xingyue said, and they also have more people than us. On their side are Xiangyu, Qianqian, Miao Jilinger, Hongxia, and Feng Yujie. Oh right, there's also another Yanyao. Jilinger and Red Cloud. Qinxiang was a little surprised. They can refine pills now too? Of course they can. Weren't they sister Feng's Ji? Oh, daughters before? Yanyao and you are both sister Feng's Ji. Oh, daughters now. Dongfang Xingyue giggled. Lu Meng'er said, at that time I will go and find them to have a talk. According to their needs, I will refine a good great pill furnace for them. Just now, big sister Violet Orchid came. She said that she has something to discuss with you. She probably wants to talk about the selection compet. 110. Xue Xianxian received the storage bag that Qinxiang handed over and patted his face while laughing. Don't hit Yulan and Qinxiang too hard, or else this girl will complain to me. Qinxiang Partik. I.P. Aiding in the compet. I. Tian was also to see the strength of Leng Yulan and Mu Qinxiang. He had also heard that Yun Xiao Dao and the others Partik. I.P. aided as well. So it was not bad to have a match with these old friends of his. Qinxiang Partik. 1. P. Aiding in the compet. 1. Tian was also to see the strength of Leng Yulan and Mu Qinxiang. He had also heard that Yun Xiao Dao and the others Partik. 1. P. aided as well, so it was not bad to have a match with these old friends of his. I know how to act. Qinxiang would obviously not harm Leng Yulan and her. These were her sisters. When Qinxiang arrived at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, he found that Yan Xilan had something he needed to talk to him about. It seemed to be an urgent matter. Sister Zilan isn't the compet. 1. Tian's still a few days away? When Qinxiang arrived at the top of 100 Flowers Pavilion, Yan Xilan was already waiting for him in the hall. Yes, there are still a few more days. I just found out about some of the compet. Tian's specific details. I'll tell you first, so that you can prepare. Yan Xilan took out a small booklet. All of them are registrants. When the time comes, we will draw lots to decide our opponents. Qinxiang took the booklet and looked through it, and as expected, he saw Yun Xiaodao and a few other familiar names. Yanran and Lanlan are not Partik. 1. P. Aiding. Qinxiang laughed. Could it be that your hundreds of Flowers Village only sent you Lan and Qianxiang? Qinxiang said, Yanran and Lanlan are not interested in any of this. If you look again, you should be able to see a familiar name. Yan Xilan laughed. Our hundreds of Flowers Village has sent 4 disciples, and 2 of them are not human. Not human. Qinxiang immediately thought of Yunju and Baixing and said, Could it be Yunju and Baixing? I haven't seen them in a long time. Are they all right? Of course they are, but they are all out on missions. Last time I contacted them and said that you're back. They really wanted to come back and see you immediately. Yan Xilan laughed. The 2 of them are not Partik. 1. P. Aiding in the selection either. Qinxiang flipped through the booklet and suddenly saw 2 very familiar names, Ji Meixian and Shuang. Shuang was that Phoenix Princess who was taken in by L.V. Chilian as a disciple. Even if it was the Phoenix Princess, she is of the same race as the beautiful fairy, so her strength is also equally matched. Yun, Zhu, Baixing, the 2 of them and little Lizzie are a small team, so they are very efficient in what they do. Yan Xilan suddenly laughed. Little Lizzie doesn't have a good impression of you, but I can see that she truly respects you from the bottom of her heart. I heard from Chilian that you often take liberties with little Lizzie and want to make him your wife. They're all just joking. Qinxiang burst into laughter. Although little Lizzie was a spoiled Xiaolinglong, she was very spicy and looked like chili, but once she peeled off that piece of lychee skin, she couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. Qinxiang felt that he had never been able to peel off that layer successfully. Right now, only Shuang and the beautiful Ji, Des have returned to Partik. 1. P. 8 in this compet. 1. Tian. Little Lizzie's group is still outside. Yen's Island said, when the time comes, it would be extremely possible for you to face Shui-Ing and the beautiful Ji. Oh, Des on the stage, hee. Qinxiang said, don't worry, I won't hurt them. The preliminaries are originally all done by our own people. I also want to try my best to get a place in the compet. 1. Tian H. El. L. Devil Emperor and the others have made such a condition, so they must have full confidence in winning. Maybe they even borrowed a strong helper from the divine nations. Yan Xylan nodded his head. Right now, the 4 of them are undergoing their final training. I heard that the ones in charge of training them are you and your sister Ziqian. If they are the instructors, then I will have to be careful when the time comes. He understood Bai Yuyu and Bai Ziqian very well. Both of them dared to lay a hand on Bai Ziqian, and they were a little bit demonic in nature. What about you? Are you that confident that you're not prepared? Yan Xylan chuckled. To be honest, I also want to see how miserable you got being beaten up by your 2 younger sisters. Qinxiang said snappily, so even you don't think well of me. But you will definitely be disappointed. I am so powerful now. Even if the 2 of them are working together, the ones in a sorry state will definitely be them. Anyone can brag. Yan Xylan chuckled. But don't worry, they temporarily won't know about you, Partik. 1. P. Aiding in the selection, so when you're undergoing training, there won't be any training aimed at you. The sky had already darkened. Qinxiang rushed to the training room and repeatedly practiced his strongest moves. Not only did he need to prepare for the compet. 1. Tian, he also needed to prepare to fight against L Devil Emperor, so he needed to grab some time to practice. After a few days, Qinxiang had already been notified that he would be going to the city, Lord's mansion, to gather tomorrow morning. These few days he had been asking Yan Xylan whether or not his team of pill refining was free, and he really wanted to see Hua Xiangyue and Su Meiyao, the 2 goblins. They are still concocting pills. They are all going to rest for a period of time and then undergo closed-door training to refine a period of time. Right now, it seems that they are both refining low and medium-grade divine pellets, which also requires a very long time. Yan Xylan said, they are considered to be the foundation of the hundreds of Flowers Village. The pills they provide can help us become stronger, even faster. Yuer flew in. She had just come from hundreds of Flowers Village. Isn't Bing Yan coming? Qinxiang asked. It was already night and the compet. 1. Tian was starting tomorrow morning. No, she and Big Sis Long spend all their time discussing cultivation. Sometimes they go into closed-door cultivation very late. Yuer replied, she might be coming to watch your match tomorrow. I've mentioned this to her before. Yan Xylan hugged Yuer and said with a tender smile, Yuer, sleep with me tonight. I'll go to city, Lord's mansion, with you tomorrow. While you're at it, tell me about this little scoundrel in the Super G. Oh, D-Realm. All right. Yuer was extremely willing as she rubbed her small head against Yan Xylan's soft chest. Qinxiang curled his lips and returned to his room to rest. In the middle of the night, Qinxiang suddenly woke up. He was a little nervous because he thought that the people fighting with him were his old friends and sister, and he had just returned from Super G, OD Realm. In comparison to the time he had here, he had lost a lot of time. On the other hand, Yun Xiaodao and the others had to cultivate for many years using dragon veins and various pellets before they could gain the strength of 6 divine deity. By then he would definitely not be weak. And Lung Yulan had white dragon vein. Adding on the Dao Heartstone that Shui Bingyan provided her with, it was possible that she had already grasped the laws of ice, and her strength was even more unfathomable. What Mu Qianxiang received was the Sword Emperor's legacy, and since W.A.N.G. genes, H.I. plus was the Sword G, D's daughter, who would definitely teach her a lot. Qinxiang felt that W.A.N.G. genes H.I. Plus would definitely guide them along with Bai Yuyu and Bai Ziqian. Xiao Dao and the others are also very powerful, with devil-killing Heavenly Ji, OD, and penalty Heavenly Ji, OD's guidance, and the sword Ji, OD who controls the Ji, O, demurdering sword techniques, is also in the Nine Heaven School. Before, Black Dragon and Black Turtle had also been in Nine Heaven School for a while. They had only met up with the White Tiger in Super G, O, D Realm for a short period of time. When Chan Xiang thought of all these, he was really a little worried in the depths of his heart. It was just like Wu Kaming had said, it would not be good if his mighty name was destroyed. Junior brother. Just as Qin Xiang was thinking, there were people knocking on his door, and only W, A, and G genes. H.I. Plus would call him junior brother. He quickly got up and opened the door, and sure enough, he saw W, A, and G genes. H.I. Plus. It was still half the night, and W and G genes that H.I. Plus and the others were already here. It was still half the night, and W, A, and G genes. H.I. Plus and the others were already here. Sister Yu, Sister Ziqian. When Qin Xiang saw the cold and frosty, which dressed in a black dress, he was elated. This was because he had rarely seen the two sisters together in the past few years. In the past, Qin Xiang had already felt that Bai Yuyu's demonic qi was heavy, but now, compared to Bai Ziqian, she could be considered normal. Bai Ziqian's purple eyes and the poison hook at the end of her ponytail made her look extremely dangerous. Coupled with her cold and elegant expression and ice-cold eyes that were filled with killing intent, it made people feel terrified. Bai Yuyu nodded her head slightly. Even though she still looked cold, the way she looked at Qin Xiang was filled with gentleness and happiness. She was able to tell that she was very happy to see Qin Xiang again after such a long time. Qin Xiang anxiously walked out of the hall and smiled. Shuiying, Fairy Beauty, long time no see. I never thought that you two enemies are together now. You look quite like sisters. Ji Meixian was once Chen Xiang's female slave and was originally an extremely cold and arrogant woman. However, she was H.I.T. by Qin Xiang a few times, and as time passed, she became extremely respectful to Qin Xiang. She was Evin's and Bai Ziqian's cousin. What Chen Xiang did not understand was that although Ji Meixian was his cousin, he could still partic. 1. P. 8 in the compet. 1. Tian. Because the compet. 1. Tian required 6 divine deity, and Bai Yuyu and Bai Ziqian had more than 6 divine deity. Sister Yu, are you not going to partic? 1. P8. Chan Xiang looked at Bai Yuyu and the other two in charge of training. It's not suitable for me and my sister. Bai Yuyu replied, we are not suitable for a battle. We are only suitable to kill. The corner of Qin Xiang's eyes twitched. After so many years of not seeing him, this Bai Yuyu was still as murderous as ever. W. A. N. G. Genes. H.I. Plus laughed. I am now at the 7th divine deity level, otherwise I would have gone to join in the fun. They did not know that Qin Xiang had also partic. 1. P aided in the compet. 1. Tian. Although Yan Xilin and the others knew about it, Qin Xiang had instructed them not to let Ling Yulan and Mu Qianxiang know about it. Ji Meixian smiled faintly at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, I remember you are a very combative person. Are you not partic? 1. P-aiding as well? Just as Qin Xiang was thinking about how to answer, Yan Xilin and Yuer walked out from their room. Qin Xiang hastily sent a sound transmission to them, telling them not to spread the news about him partic. 1. P aiding in the compet. 1. Tian, because he wanted to give Lung Yulan a pleasant surprise. Phoenix. And there's even the undying bird. Although she had heard about the relations. H.I. plus P between Ji Meixian and his family. She had never seen them before. Qin Xiang suddenly thought of something. The phoenix could be reborn, and the undying bird would also be reborn. This might have something to do with the undead divine race. Little kitty, you're so awesome. You can see our main bodies directly. Shui Ying was a phoenix princess, but a very pure phoenix flame. She is Yuer, the mysterious kitten that Bing Yan mentioned. The mischievous Lung Yulan grabbed Wer and began to tickle her, causing her to giggle nonstop. Shui Ying, where's your father? Chun Xiang asked. The strength of the Phoenix King was not bad. He should be very strong by now. He was taken away by a senior many years ago. I don't know where he went. Shui Ying shook her head. She was initially surrounded and attacked by the young disciples of many forces and was almost sullied. It was Chun Xiang who saved her, so she had a good impression of Chun Xiang. After that, she joined the Hundreds of Flowers Palace and became L.V. Chilian's disciple. After she and Mu Qinxiang became sex sisters, she got a better understanding of Qin Xiang and knew some of his romantic affairs. Qin Xiang was sitting on a chair, trembling as he watched Ling Yulan and Mu Qinxiang teasing Yuer, when he suddenly felt a burst of cold air pressing on him. Bai Ziqian had actually come behind him. Qin Xiang remembered that Bai Ziqian had obtained the legacy of an ancient poison ji. Oh, King back then, and grasped an extremely terrifying ancient poison. That was why he had been captured by the combined forces of the various powers. Sister Ziqian. Sit down. Qin Xiang felt that he was extremely uneasy seeing Bai Ziqian standing behind him despite her close proximity. He was extremely afraid of this poisonous woman, because she was not like L.V. Qinlian, who was a gentle and lovable spirit. What are you afraid of? Could it be that I will poison you? Bai Ziqian found it funny, but she did not laugh out loud. I just wanted to ask you, did you encounter any poison in Super G.O.D. realm? No, if there were, I would have given it to you a long time ago. Sister Ziqian, you have received the inheritance of the ancient poison G. Oh, King. So the poison you have now should be very terrifying. Chun Xiang laughed dryly. I'm worried that even I won't be able to defend against your poison. Bai Yu said, you don't have to be afraid of Big Sister. She's currently very good at controlling her poison. I have been with her for so long, but nothing like this has happened either. Lang Yulan teased from the side. If old brother is dishonest, then you must have some tricks towards Sister Ziqian, for sure. If you want to try and see if you still have impenetrable towards Big Sister Ziqian, you better tell her directly. Don't take liberties with her. Little girl, am I your brother, that kind of person? Chun Xiang rolled his eyes at her. I have never teased her before. Really? Bai Ziqian's voice chilled, causing the hearts of everyone present to feel a chill. They were all very surprised. Qin Xiang had really taken liberties with Bai Ziqian before. They were clear that Qin Xiang was such a pervert. They didn't expect him to be so reckless. I think so. I don't remember too well. Qin Xiang was also shocked by Bai Ziqian. As expected, the inheritance of the ancient poison Ji. Oh, King had become extremely frightening. The corner of Bai Ziqian's mouth raised slightly, and this faint smile made her look extremely charming and beautiful. Bai Yu, who was sitting by the side, saw that Qin Xiang was so frightened that his face paled, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Brat, you don't seem to have the courage you used to have. Bai Ziqian's slender and jade-like hands suddenly caressed Qin Xiang's face. Her actions looked extremely charming, and she was actually teasing Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took a small breath and said, I suddenly have something to ask you. Who do you think will be the one to obtain the 3 spots? You have 4 girls, Partik. 1 P8ing. No one replied him. All of the girls watched as Bai Ziqian's delicate hands caressed Qin Xiang's cheeks and neck. They didn't know why Bai Ziqian would do such a thing. Qin Xiang knew that Bai Ziqian was testing his impenetrable physique to see if he could resist this kind of teasing. It's pretty amazing. My poison doesn't seem to be very effective against you. Bai Ziqian retracted his hand and said with slightly creased brows, But you don't need to be too pleased. The poison that I used just now was only my weakest, and I do not dare to test you with poison that is too strong. Chunxiang was also sweating profusely. This was an extremely terrifying ancient poison, and one that came from a divine king. If something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to partake. I.P. 8 in the compet.I.Tan. Chunxiang was also sweating profusely. This was an extremely terrifying ancient poison, and one that came from a divine king. If something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to partake. 1. P. 8 in the compet. 1 Tian. Sister Ziqian, how strong is your strongest poison? Chunxiang sighed a breath of relief and asked, I don't know. I rarely use my most powerful poison against enemies. Bai Ziqian shook his head, but it's hard to say in the future. Right now, many people know that I'm in the hundreds of Flowers Village. Yue replied, What are you afraid of? Divine Nations has used too much poison. It's not any weaker than yours. From what I know, there are a few Divine Nations who specialize in nurturing powerful poison kings, and they are openly using them. Of course, if you use this poison to harm the common people, then you will definitely be besieged. Is there really a strong poison expert in the Divine Nations? Bai Ziqian was very interested in this. Of course, some guys are hard to kill, so you'll need to use poison. Yue nodded her head. When I was surrounded that year, a few guys tried to poison me. Chunxiang was very clear about Yuer's background. He felt that Yue must be very knowledgeable and should also be relatively knowledgeable in the field of poison, since she didn't say that he was poisoned. Yan Xilan yawned and said, What are you guys doing here so early? You should have a good rest and go partake. 1. P. 8 in the tournament during the day. Isn't there a room here? We'll rest here for a while. Lang Yulan pulled Mu Qianxiang and walked towards a room and said, This room is big enough. There are still 2 beds. Let's rest here. Ji Meixian and Xue Ying also walked over and brought out 2 beds. Bai Ziqian and Bai Yuyu also walked in. After the few girls returned to their room, Chunxiang touched the place where Bai Ziqian touched him before, and after taking a whiff, there was actually a faint fragrance remaining. This woman really used poison on me. This poisonous scent is quite powerful. Chunxiang currently could not feel the poison enter his body, but he could discern it from the stimulation from the fragrance that was on his nose. I smell it. Yue also flew over and sniffed at Chunxiang's face. Wah! This poison is a kind of flower poison. It can be found in the Star Law Divine Realm, but it's very rare and can be considered a very terrifying poison, even DS would find it very easy to poison. Yue was surprised. This woman is really scary. However, you aren't lazy either. She isn't poisoned. Chunxiang frowned. It's very strange, since even the Star Law Divine Realm rarely sees poisons. Why does Sister Ziqian have them? She should have been raised based on the legacy of the ancient poison D, and many of the poisonous creatures were transformed under certain conditions. Yue said, I'm going to rest too. Chunxiang had already sent them a sound transmission, saying that he should not spread the news of him partic. 1. P-aiding in the compet. 1 Tian. Returning to his room, Chunxiang didn't think of anything and entered into sleep. It wasn't until he felt something that looked like hair on his face, causing him to suddenly wake up, that Chunxiang, who was being mischievous, began to use the ends of his hair to tease him. Stupid girl. Chunxiang immediately reached out to pinch her beautiful face and pinched a piece of her cheek. Lang Yulan also hurriedly reached out her hands to pinch his face, then laid on his body. Brother, we haven't kissed in a long time. I don't remember the last time, but I still remember that feeling. Chunxiang looked at the door. It was already closed by Lang Yulan, and the sky was just starting to brighten. Girl, you. Chunxiang snickered in annoyance. I'll kiss you. Don't you dare spout nonsense. Lang Yulan nodded, closed her eyes, and slightly lifted her small mouth. Very quickly, she had a taste of that feeling. Chunxiang had gone to city, Lord's mansion with them on the carriage, and when they arrived they were called to a place to draw lots because they were women, which would determine who their opponents were. After Qin Xiang came to this place, he said that he wanted to meet his old friend, and then disappeared without a trace. He quietly ran to the place where the lots were drawn. There were not many people partook. 1. P8ing in the compet. 1. Tian, only 70 or 80 of them, and all of them were outstanding disciples from cities or powers that had allied with 9 Heaven School. It was not that 9 Heaven School and devil-killing divine city partook. 1. P aided the most, other forces partook. 1. P aided the majority. Elder Brother Shin, what are you doing here? When Yun Xiaodao saw Qin Xiang, he was a little surprised. At first, he thought that Qin Xiang would come to draw lots, but after thinking about it, he felt that Qin Xiang should not come to partook. 1. P8. Has the drawing of lots begun? Qin Xiang looked around furtively, as if he was afraid that someone might find out. You want to partook? 1. P8? Duan Sanchong asked in surprise. Qin Xiang nodded. Don't tell Yulan and the other girls that I'm going to give them a surprise. Then I won't partook. 1. P8. With you here, not only will I not be able to win, I'll even be beaten. Duan Sanchong acted as if he was sure that Qin Xiang would win, and he was even a little afraid of him. XB Weilong nodded his head. I will not partook. 1. P8 either. I was originally not interested in that matter, and was only called over by Clan Elder Wu. Zhu Rong laughed. It's a hole in the ground, you old fool. You all are really cowardly. Is Qin Xiang really that strong? Duan Sanchong curled his lips and said, It's precisely because he doesn't look strong that he's scary. You're not underestimating him, are you? Old pig, your brain has always been pretty good. Zhu Rong said, Today's compet. 1. Tian has its limits. I don't think Qin Xiang has much of a chance of victory, so what if he has bones? His bones can only be unleashed with great power, so his control over it ought to be a little weaker than his divine deity. Yun Xiaodao laughed. Old pig, I hope that you can draw lots to fight with Qin Xiang. That way, you can clearly understand Qin Xiang's true strength. Duan Sanchong also laughed. At that time, even if your pig head gets beaten into a cow's head, I am not certain. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. Don't praise me anymore. I'm actually not that strong. I just want to give Yulan and Qin Xiang a pleasant surprise. I haven't taken much care of them in years, so even if I lose badly and destroy the good guys, I don't think it's a big deal. Zhu Rong laughed out loud and said, You really are a good brother. Your 2 violent little sisters are indeed frightening. And even I think that I only have a 60% chance of winning against them. XB Weilong said, Old pig, did you pick up some super divine pellet? Why are you so confident today? I have always been so confident. Don't you think that after all these years, if I didn't have any ability, I would have been able to survive till now? Don't you see, when we were training together, didn't the danger we met with dissolve due to my calmness and confidence? Zhu Rong took out a large roasted leg and took a large bite. I'm going to eat a big meal first. Only then will I have strength to fight. Wu came and shouted, Little devils, quickly come and test how many divine deity you have. This is to prevent the people from the 7 divine deity from sneaking in. Qin Xiang never thought that he would actually have to test how many divine deity he had. Right now, he was very curious about how Wu Kaming had tested, and most people only knew how strong the aura exuded from each person's body was, but he could only make a very vague guess and could not accurately determine how many divine deity they had. Qin Xiang never thought that he would actually have to test how many divine deity he had. Right now, he was very curious about how Wu Kaming had tested, and most people only knew how strong the aura exuded from each person's body was, but he could only make a very vague guess and could not accurately determine how many divine deity they had. Wu Kaming glanced at Qin Xiang and smiled at him. Then he took out a large black ball and placed it on the ground. Elder Wu, how do you figure out how many divine deity are there? This test is definitely not accurate. If we were to meet a fellow with 7 divine deity, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? He was very worried about this problem because he was very confident in his own strength. However, it was difficult for him to win against the 7 divine deity, so he was very concerned about this test. Wu Kaming laughed. Don't worry, the test results are very accurate. We have tested it many times, and at the same time we are also testing the people from the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. At that time, H.E.L. Devil Emperor will also take out something similar to this to test us. Under Wu Kaming's urging, everyone started to queue up to take the test. There was a pit at the side of the black ball that was just large enough to fit one's head inside. The moment the top of the head touched the hole, the finger-sized holes on the ball would light up with white light. There were a few holes that would light up with divine deity. What Chun Xiang did not expect was that there were actually 5 divine deity Partik. 1 P Ants Partik. 1 P aiding in the selection as well. And it wasn't just one person. He had thought that other than himself, the others would all belong to the 6 divine deity. Yun Shao Dao and the others were together, with Chun Xiang standing right in the middle of them. Yun Shao Dao had 6 divine deities, 6 holes in his body, and then it was Zhu Rong's turn. Duan Sanchong and XV Weilong had already decided not to partic. 1 P8. They were originally behind Qin Xiang, but now they walked out of the line. Have you improved at all these days? Wu Kaming sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang, because previously Qin Xiang only had 4 divine deity. No, little Baldy, you don't have to worry about me. When the time comes, I will definitely surprise you. However, there was one thing that was more strange. That was that the white light coming from one of the holes was extremely dazzling. All the people who tested had never seen such a bright hole before, so one could tell that Qin Xiang had an exceptionally strong divine deity. This divine deity was the 4th divine deity that Qin Xiang had condensed not long ago. He knew that this divine deity was very strong, but he did not expect it to appear on the test treasure. The light is very strong. Wu Kaming was also secretly surprised in his heart. He and Gu Dongqin had used this test method to test themselves, but they had never used such a bright hole like Qin Xiang's. In other words, Qin Xiang's divine deity was much stronger than their own. Qin Xiang also felt that it was strange. Even though his 4th divine deity was strong, it shouldn't be brighter than in Supreme Geode. Everyone was rather curious about the ident. 1 Tai Qin Xiang had given them. They knew Yin Shao Dao and Zhu Rong, and some were in the same squad as them. Only had 4 divine deity, but they were very familiar with him. After the exam, there weren't any 7 divine deity. This made Wu Kaming feel relieved and said, "Let's begin the drawing of lots. Although all the people here are men, they will still compete with the women here. As long as you get the same number, you'll be an opponent." Wu Kaming took out a box that had also been specially refined. Everyone started to queue up for the lot. Every lot had a number written on them. After drawing the lot, Wu Kaming would register for it, then see if the 2 people got the same number. It only took a short while to finish, and Chun Xiang received lot number 13. "Are you really number 13? Zhu Rong opened his eyes wide. "Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" Seeing Zhu Rong's expression, Qin Xiang knew that he had obtained number 13. He never thought that he would be able to fight Zhu Rong in his first match, with so many familiar faces partic. 1 P aiding in the compet. 1 Tian. It was very normal for them to meet each other at the start. It was just that Qin Xiang was more interested in fighting Ling Yulan or Mu Qianqiang first. "Old pig, you must have been scared to the point of peeing." Yun Shaodao laughed. "Little Yin, don't look down on me, I'm not afraid. I'm just a bit sorry that I didn't match up to you, so that I could beat you until you cried." Zhu Rong was really not afraid at all. He even patted Chun Xiang's shoulder and said, "I'm sorry I had to kill you in the first round. Leave the matter of teaching your 2 barbaric little sisters to me." "Oh, right, little Yin, you better not get killed in the first round, or else don't walk together with me from now on." Zhu Rong laughed out loud. "But you don't have to worry. Your luck has always been good. You should be able to get by." Yun Xiaodao snorted. "Old pig, I admit that you do have some power, but I still have to tell you we have all witnessed how powerful elder brother Shin has always been. I suggest that you use your strongest power to fight against him from the start. Otherwise, don't you dare find excuses when you lose." Seeing that the two of them were about to argue, Duan Sanchong walked over and laughed. "Old Xia, do you want us to bet a bit?" "Let's see who wins. I bet on my victory." Chun Xiang laughed. "I will also bet on elder brother Shin." Yun Xiaodao also laughed. "Wait, seeing that you guys are betting on Qin Xiang, then I won't partake." "1, P8, let's see how you guys play." Zhu Rong hastily interrupted them. "With Qin Xiang here, I normally won't partake." 1, P8 in the gambling house. "How about this? We bet on little Yin being able to make it to the second round. I can't bet, but 100,000 Shen Yuan stone." "Old pig, I bet 1,000,000 yuan that I can make it through the first round. When that time comes, can you afford it?" Yun Xiaodao was also very confident. "Of course I can afford it." Zhu Rong said he did not think highly of Yun Xiaodao. This made Chun Xiang feel that it was strange. Zhu Rong and Yun Xiaodao had been together for a long time, so he should know Yun Xiaodao's strength very clearly. At this time, Wu Keiming also took out a large piece of paper, placing it in front of them. Qin Xiang and the others who saw it from afar immediately found their names. "Ha! Little Yin, your opponent is the young disciple of the penalty Heavenly Ji. Oh, D, you're finished." Zhu Rong laughed out loud. Chen Xiang also saw that Yun Xiaodao's opponent was called W.A.N. Jijing. Amongst the crowd, there were also a pair of eyes looking over. It was a skinny and lean man who had already walked over. "Xiao Dao, your opponent is me." W.A.N. Jijing smiled faintly. Although he was not very handsome, he gave people a very honest feeling. He bet $1,000,000 that I could win, so W.A.N. Jijing, don't lose, or else not only would I not be able to earn that 1,000,000, I would even have to compensate him. Zhu Rong said, "I bet 1,000,000, bet that I can win. If you lose, you can just give me 200,000. If you win, you can get my 1,000,000. W.A.N. Jijing was extremely confident in himself. "All right." Yun Xiaodao nodded in agreement. It seemed that they all knew each other. Chun Xiang looked at the piece of paper on the wall. Leng Yilan's and Mu Qianxiang's opponents were both men, and they both had quite a background. Chun Xiang looked at the piece of paper on the wall. Leng Yilan's and Mu Qianxiang's opponents were both men, and they both had quite a background. "It's starting. Let's go to the plaza. 10 fighting stages have been built there. Today, we will be selecting the spots." Wu Keiming shouted, "You all should already know your corresponding stage. Just go there and wait." Chun Xiang was number 13, and corresponding to number 3, he would only be able to make it to the second round. Yun Xiaodao was number 7. He could go up right from the beginning, and Leng Yulan and Mu Qianxiang were also the first two. When they arrived at the large plaza inside the city lord's mansion, the group of girls were already there. Leng Yulan and the others already knew that Qin Xiang was partic. 1. P.8ing. But when they saw that Qin Xiang did not say anything, they secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Although the lots in front were all drawn, they would definitely match later on. When Ji Meixian saw Qin Xiang and Yun Xiaodao walking over, he frowned. "Qin Xiang, this guy really came. I have always hoped that everyone had the same surname." "What's wrong with that?" "My brother doesn't have anything to be afraid of. Haven't you heard that you only spend a little time at Super G? Oh, D-Realm's place? But we have been here for many years, and we have such a huge advantage in this aspect. We will definitely be able to beat him." Leng Yulan made a face at Chun Xiang from afar, sticking out her tongue. Mu Qianxiang laughed. "Look at old pig, he is so calm, he is not afraid of me. But If old pig wins, wouldn't Big Brother be unable to go on to the next round? Yeah, old pig is pretty strong. Lung Yulan was also a little worried. She thought for a moment, then laughed. It's fine. Xue Ying chuckled. Why don't you think highly of Qin Xiang? Back then, he was a famous person here. Wasn't it rumored that he never did anything without confidence? He must be quite confident to be here. Qin Xiang walked over and knocked on Lung Yulan and Mu Qianqiang's heads and scolded. You two girls, you're getting more and more arrogant, to the point where you don't put me in your eyes anymore. Please do not give me the chance. Otherwise, I will definitely beat you up. It's not certain who will hit who. Mu Qianqiang touched the place where Qin Xiang was. I Ting and laughed. Qin Xiang, did you test your divine deity? How many divine deity do you have? W-A-N-G genes. I plus asked. Beside her, Bai Yuyu and Bai Ziqian were also very curious, waiting for his answer. Zhu Rong ran over and said, There are only 4 divine deities. They should be the ones with the least divine deity here today. Although he has the bones, he doesn't need to mind it. Really? Yan Xilin was a little surprised. She thought that Qin Xiang had at least 5 divine deities. Qin Xiang nodded. Actually, it's not bad. If Qin Xiang had so much time with us, he would have been 2G. Oh, delay by now. Zhu Rong said again. Everyone agreed with Zhu Rong's words. It was a good thing that Qin Xiang did not stay in the Super G. D realm for long, otherwise the difference in time would have been even greater. Old pig, let my brother win. I want to fight him. Just as Lung Yulan finished speaking, Qin Xiang pinched her face and laughed. Yulan, all these years, you really have to discipline her properly. You don't have to worry. Even if we don't have a chance to fight today, I'll definitely fight you when we get back. Really? Great. You never wanted to fight us before. Lung Yulan was very happy, now that everyone knew Qin Xiang's ident. 1. Tai. They had obviously heard of him as an influential figure, and he was previously a big shot in their hearts. They didn't think that he would partic. 1. P. ate in the selection with them today, and his divine deity was so low as well. Lung Yulan and Mu Qianqiang had already walked over. They were still trying to let Qin Xiang see their performance. Yun Xiaodao also walked up to stage 7. How strong is W.A.N.G. Jing? Qin Xiang asked. He is the disciple of the penalty Heavenly G, O.D., and received many legacies from the penalty Heavenly G, O.D. He is also a genius and very young, and many people like the penalty Heavenly G, O.D. praise him. W.A.N.G. genes. H.I. plus said. Previously, there were many people who secretly made various A.N.A. lices and comparisons, and all of them felt that W.A.N.G. Jing was stronger than Xiao Dao. Qin Xiang, do you really only have 4 divine deities? Bai Yuyu asked in a low voice. Amen, but I have bones. My bones is not as weak as Zhu Rong said. As for how strong I am, you will see for yourselves. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. Bones required 2G, O.D. to cultivate it to come out. Although Yun Xiaodao and the others had all eaten bone-level Dan before, they did not have the opportunity to condense bones, so they did not eat anymore. After a long period of ANA lysis, they came to the conclusion that the G.O.D. could condense bones, which was why Zhu Rong believed that the G.O.D. could use the power of bones. Duan Sanchong said, to be able to condense bones while under the supreme G.O.D. is already an extremely difficult task. If it is to condense bones, then it means that Qin Xiang has a body foundation that is even better than ours. That's why old pigs thought was wrong. Even if Qin Xiang doesn't have bones, he would still be stronger than us, because we are unable to condense bones. I look forward to it. XV Weilong said. The round had already started. Qin Xiang was more concerned about the fight between Yun Xiaodao and the two. Penalty Heavenly G. D. Gudongqin and the others were already here, and they were all watching. They wanted to see the battles amongst these disciples to the limit, to let them understand these disciples better, so that they could formulate a more suitable cultivation plan for them in the future. They all knew that Chen Xiang would be Partik, 1 P8ing. As for whether or not he would be able to get one of the 3 places, they did not dare to make a decision. Yun Xiaodao was indeed very strong. His fists were like the power of a lightning bolt, and when he punched out, he only saw a streak of lightning. It was impossible to see his fists clearly. This is W.A.N. Ji Jing's Punisher Thunder Fist. He cultivates a lightning attribute, mysterious power. If there is no formation to block him from the stage, each of his punches would shake the entire stage. Duan Sanchong said, during a battle, one could not use weapons, so this was a test of one's cultivation technique and foundation. In comparison to Yun Xiaodao's fist techniques, he was much weaker. He used the power of thunder and fire, and it looked a little messy, but his movement skills were extremely good. He could easily avoid W.A.N. Ji Jing's fist attacks that were as fast as lightning. It was just that his clothes and flesh would occasionally get scratched, so he had suffered some light injuries. Although Yun Xiaodao was dodging, he was also attacking nonstop. It was just that the power that he released when he punched was simply too weak when compared to W.A.N. Ji Jing's fist. The power of the fist when facing W.A.N. Ji Jing's fist was instantly shattered and could not even touch W.A.N. Ji Jing's clothes. Many people present thought that Yun Xiaodao would definitely lose, but when using the Dao Heart Eye, Qin Xiang was able to see many things that others couldn't. Many people present thought that Yun Xiaodao would definitely lose, but when using the Dao Heart Eye, Qin Xiang was able to see many things that others couldn't. Although Yun Xiaodao had always been at a disadvantage and had a few bruises on his body, and some parts of his body were even charred black by the berserk thunder power, his fist arts seemed to be disorderly, as if they were somewhat chaotic. However, Yun Xiaodao's footsteps did not change. The mysterious power steadily rushed towards his fist. If Yun Xiaodao was truly fluid tiered, then the first thing that came into disorder was the trajectory of his mysterious power. Qin Xiang could see all of these through the Dao Heart Eye. Yun Xiaodao seemed to be at a disadvantage and looked to be in a state of panic, but he had always been very steady, much more steady than W.A.N. Ji Jing, who was in front of him. W.A.N. Ji Jing always had a lot of mysterious power in beginning. The ground was like a Gus. H.I. plus ing spring that gushed out from his arms. It released an extremely strong thunder power energy. Indeed, the battle was very fierce, and it looked very scary, but behind it, when W.A.N. Ji Jing tried his best, a very weak and breathless situation appeared. It was when the mysterious power poured into his arms that it became strong, but the fist that needed to surge out suddenly became weaker, and then W.A.N. Ji Jing felt that its power was not enough, so he forced out another burst of energy to strengthen his fists. After realizing all of these, Qin Xiang smiled slightly. After that, he realized that Chen Xiang would use his strength very appropriately after a few battles with Qin Xiang. At the same time, he would also use some tactics to exhaust the opponent's strength, making them feel that victory was right in front of them, allowing them to attack continuously. In the end, they would find an opening and then use a powerful attack. Facing an opponent who was slightly stronger than himself, he needed to do this even more. Little Yun is holding on. There are quite a few injuries on his body, and he received 2 punches just now. He should be holding in a mouthful of blood right now. Zhu Rong said, had also seen it, but he realized that a wave of mysterious power was congealing in Yun Xiaodao's abdomen and chest. The 2 punches just now had very accurately hit the 2 defensive energies that he had condensed. Seeing this, Qin Xiang felt that Yun Xiaodao had an 80% chance of defeating the opponent because W.A.N. Ji Jing's tempo was already being controlled by Yun Xiaodao. Yun Xiaodao could even accurately lead W.A.N. Ji Jing to hit the areas on his body that he had prepared earlier. Qin Xiang watched them seriously, to the point where he neglected Leng Yulan and Mu Qianxiang. They had already finished their battle and achieved victories, and when they came to Qin Xiang's side, Qin Xiang did not even notice. Only the knife isn't finished. Lang Yulan said, "He's pretty impressive holding on till now." Another kick. "I almost fell out." Mu Qianxiang said, Qin Xiang had been using the Tao Heart Eye to observe the flow of energy in his and Ji Jing's body the entire time. He was carefully observing all the bones in his body, so he did not notice the Pa-S Sage of Time. "It's almost over." Qin Xiang could clearly see that Ji Jing's mysterious power had shrunk a little, and Yun Xiaodao had also accurately controlled his own mysterious power, causing his own mysterious power to weaken gradually. This made Ji Jing feel that the two of them were in the same situation of consumption, and had even deliberately taken 2 punches and a kick, making him feel that if this continued, Yun Xiaodao would be defeated. Is Xiaodao going to lose? XV Weilong was also worried. He should be losing. He's already sweating and he's even panting. Zhu Rong said, "What a pity. I still want to compete with him." Leng Yulan sighed. Right now, it was already very obvious that Yun Xiaodao was about to lose. "No, Xiaodao will win." Qin Xiang suddenly said, "This." "Impossible, Ji Jeans." H.I. plus anxiously said. Xiaodao relies on his own mystical footwork, but his leg was struck by Ji Jing's fist force just now. It seems like it will be difficult. Yan Xilan frowned. "Qin Xiang, why do you think Xiaodao will win? Did you see something we didn't see?" Because Qin Xiang had been watching them with rapt attention. Even if Leng Yulan and Mu Qianxiang had asked him a few times whether he had seen their battle, Qin Xiang had not said a word. Qin Xiang nodded his head. From beginning to end, this battle, the rhythm of the battle, has been controlled by Xiaodao, and you all have seen it too. Every time Ji Jing's strongest fist force was blocked by the small knife, he would only receive a few punches that were slightly weaker than normal. The 10 or so punches he used to burn his skin were all of medium strength. If you all have been paying attention from the start, Ji Jing has actually revealed himself twice, but this is only at the beginning stage. And at the back, there were a total of 5 times where the door was deliberately left open. From start to finish, Xiaodao did not take advantage of this to attack. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, everyone could not help but take a deep breath. What kind of patience did he have to be so far? In other words, Xiaodao is waiting for the best opportunity. This opportunity is almost here. From the beginning to the end, Xiaodao's weak fist force, along with his nimble footwork, did not consume much of his mysterious power. Qin Xiang laughed, but Ji Jing. Zhu Rong scolded. When did little Yin become so evil? Qin Xiang, you couldn't be making this up, right? This guy is not like the one I know. Qin Xiang laughed. That's because you've never seen him meet a strong opponent during an official battle. This is a method of using the weak against the strong, and requires a certain amount of patience. Just as Qin Xiang finished speaking, Ji Jing suddenly roared out. His agile and powerful body suddenly swelled up, revealing the sinister-looking muscles at the bottom of his clothes, his entire body flash. H.I. plusing with electric currents. Time to end it. After Ji Jing shouted, lightning bolts that came from all directions suddenly appeared on the stage and attacked Yun Xiaodao. Yun Xiaodao heaved a sigh of relief. A strong protective S.H.I. plus ELD suddenly appeared on his body. He was already prepared. This full-force blow of Ji Jing's was blocked by Yun Xiaodao, who was already prepared for it, and the protective barrier on Yun Xiaodao's body was also destroyed. Ji Jing was greatly shocked, and his originally inflated body also gradually shrunk. It's time to end this. Yun Xiaodao took a step forward in front of Ji Jing, and a pair of fists suddenly released a red ball of fire that flickered with purple lightning. W, A, and Ji Jing had used too many mysterious power S to activate it. He had thought that Yun Xiaodao had exhausted a lot of his energy, so even if he could avoid that attack, he would not be able to counterattack. But he didn't expect that Yun Xiaodao would actually conserve so much energy. Just when he was unable to circulate his energy, Yun Xiaodao teleported to his side with an extremely strange movement technique. The two fists that had been ACCU, mulating energy for a long time, smashed onto his body, sending him flying. The moment W, A, and Ji Jing was flung to the ground, Yun Xiaodao once again fell from above. Since he had been relying on his legs to dodge, the strongest part of Yun Xiaodao was not his fist arts, but his leg techniques. I admit defeat, W, A, N. Ji Jing knew that he would definitely be severely injured by his legs, so he quickly admitted defeat. Yun Xiaodao anxiously stopped his cultivation. He, who was initially like a falling meteor, had suddenly landed gently, causing many people to be secretly shocked. We really won, just like what my old bro said. Lung Yulan said. The reason Xiao Dao was able to control the rhythm of the battle was also because he had decent strength and was able to rely on his own movement technique. Xiao Dao was also able to control the rhythm of the battle because he was able to rely on his own movement technique. Qin Xiang said. Thus, during battle, we must not underestimate our opponent. Zhu Rong laughed. Qin Xiang, you really shouldn't say it out loud, because if it's like this, I will be on guard against you from the start. If you don't say it, and if you use this move against me, I might just throw in the towel. Mu Qianxiang nodded his head. That's right, brother. You're so stupid. Qin Xiang only smiled faintly and said, Old pig, it's our turn. Let's go. Zhu Rong was extremely calm as he walked up the stage. Through Yun Xiaodao's battle just now, Zhu Rong knew that he had to guard against Qin Xiang, but he was still a little worried. This was because Qin Xiang had analyzed Yun Xiaodao's tactics to him. Zhu Rong was extremely calm as he walked up the stage. Through Yun Xiaodao's battle just now, Zhu Rong knew that he had to guard against Qin Xiang, but he was still a little worried. This was because Qin Xiang had analyzed Yun Xiaodao's tactics to him. Qin Xiang only had 4 divine deity, so Zhu Rong had 2 more than him. Therefore, Zhu Rong felt that he had a great advantage in this area, and due to Qin Xiang's lack of divine deity, it was very difficult for him to make up for it with other aspects. At least, he had met opponents with fewer divine deity before, who were basically all killed by him in an instant. Therefore, he naturally believed that Qin Xiang definitely did not have much power to deal with him. I wonder what will happen. It's been a long time since I've seen Qin Xiang. Can he still create such a shocking miracle like back then? Devil-killing Heavenly Ji, O.D. said, he's the only one who can comprehend my 7 devil-slain kung fu. Zhu Rong is also quite strong. Don't just look at his glib tongue, he is also very fierce in battle. Gu Dongchen laughed. Of course, since Qin Xiang is so calm now, he shouldn't be too weak. Zhu Rong said, Qin Xiang, you cannot play any tricks. This is a fair and square battle. He felt that if Qin Xiang tried to play tricks, he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. Qin Xiang laughed. Never play tricks. Begin! An old man below the stage suddenly shouted. Zhu Rong was the first to make a move. The moment his feet moved, a water vine suddenly appeared and wrapped around his feet. But Zhu Rong's reaction was extremely fast. With a loud roar, he channeled some energy into his legs and instantly shattered the water vines Qin Xiang had released. At the same time, Qin Xiang came over to Zhu Rong's side and kicked at Zhu Rong's bulging stomach. Although Zhu Rong was fat, he was still a fatty who was unbelievably fast. When Qin Xiang kicked him out, he quickly turned his body to the side and shrunk his stomach, and after dodging Qin Xiang's kick, his fist shone with an azure light. He turned into a dragon, had a fist force, and roared as he rushed towards Qin Xiang. Boo! The fist force had not even reached Qin Xiang when it suddenly exploded, producing a burst of astral lightning that engulfed Qin Xiang. Chen Xiang did not expect that he would suddenly explode just as he was about to dodge the fist force. The sudden gale that enveloped him caused him to feel a bit of pain all around him that was green in color. Ha! Zhu Rong suddenly laughed out loud and rushed towards Qin Xiang with both of his fists dragging a green rainbow in the air, releasing a very terrifying, profound spirit qi. The mysterious power that kept on bursting out from his fists was like a dragon's roar, with an imposing manner that was extremely terrifying. At this time, Zhu Rong's entire body was bursting with violent energy. While he was running, he stomped on the ground, causing it to shake greatly, and even the floor that had protection from the array formation was destroyed by him. Very quickly, he arrived in front of Qin Xiang, who was entangled by the gale and rammed his two fists onto Qin Xiang's face and chest. Don't be complacent. Both of Qin Xiang's hands swung out and lightly slapped onto Zhu Rong's fists. With a pa-la sound, lightning struck in succession, and when his fists collided with Zhu Rong's fists, a burst of piercing purple light shone out, while Zhu Rong was also pushed back by his strength. Zhu Rong's previous two moves had already exceeded his estimate of Chen Xiang's strength, but just as he was about to attack, he realized that Qin Xiang was not in his grasp. It's here. Chen Xiang's laughter came over. Zhu Rong anxiously looked to the left, at the same time throwing out a palm attack, the palm image that was accompanied by a berserk green astral wind enveloped over. However, Chen Xiang was not in that direction, but was behind him. Qin Xiang's palm had slapped onto Zhu Rong's back, and this palm seemed to not be too painful or itchy, causing everyone to feel that Qin Xiang had missed a good opportunity. But after Zhu Rong was gently hit by the palm, he felt that his upper body was a bit stiff, as if his bones was frozen solid. Zhu Rong scolded in his heart. He had always thought that since Chen Xiang was refining pills, his usage of the cold energy must be very weak. He never thought that it would actually be so powerful. Qin Xiang had used a bones technique, the cold moon divine power that Yue had taught him. Zhu Rong now clearly understood that even though Qin Xiang had for divine deity, the power he was displaying was extremely terrifying, and he was even much stronger than him. He was already starting to panic and anxiously turned around, wanting to fiercely retaliate, but he realized that he had become much more slow. Zhu Rong sighed in his heart. His movements had already become much slower, but it was fatal for him, and no one knew why the sensitive Zhu Rong had suddenly slowed down. "Old pig, is that all you've got?" While Qin Xiang was speaking, a fist had already struck towards Zhu Rong's fat face. Qin Xiang's fist had just arrived, but he could already feel that terrifying scorching energy. Just now, Chen Xiang was still using the icy cold power, and in just a blink of an eye he was already using the heat of the flames. Wasn't this switch a little too quickly? This was the meteor immortal power that Chen Xiang had learned. He channeled the 6 divine powers, and like a meteor, fiercely crashed into the inside of his bones, releasing a scorching, explosive force. The fist landed on Zhu Rong's face. Bang! With a loud explosion, Zhu Rong's face also lit up with a burst of flame. After that, he flew out of the ground, and in the blink of an eye, flew towards the stage, colliding into the stone wall at the side of the plaza that released the news, creating a huge hole. The loud explosion from that fist just now was still reverberating far away in the sky when Qin Xiang's fist turned red and emitted a bit of heat. Is this an old pig that I know? He was already stupefied by the large hole in the stone wall that Yun Xiao Dao had made in the distance. Qin Xiang seemed to be extremely relaxed as he knocked down Zhu Rong, who was the strongest in their group, just like that. Zhu Rong crawled up from the pile of rubble. His face was swollen and red like half of the pig head. He himself did not know what had happened, but he felt that after feeling the frightening power of Qin Xiang's fist, his mind had turned blank. Wu Kaming took a deep breath and asked devil-killing Heavenly Ji, "Oh, D beside him, what was that punch Qin Xiang threw just now? Is that power something the 4 divine deity possess?" Devil-killing Heavenly Ji, "Oh," D was also unable to answer, and he was also very shocked. I don't know, but it can be seen that his fist strike earlier used his left hand. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a part of his body that possesses bones. Qin Xiang's left arm possessed 2 divine deities and an extremely terrifying divine beast's divine soul. Adding to that sea of 6 divine powers, the power he produced was not a joke. Qin Xiang wins. Qin Xiang walked down from the arena and walked to the left side with a smile. Zhu Rong was still sitting on the ground in a daze. Zhu Rong looked at Qin Xiang's left hand that was still fuming, and his heart trembled. He immediately stood up and took a few steps back. Zhu Rong looked at Qin Xiang's left hand that was still fuming, and his heart trembled. He immediately stood up and took a few steps back. I lost. Is that the power of bones? Zhu Rong already knew how stupid he was before to actually look down on Qin Xiang's bones so much. Zhu Rong laughed bitterly. Luckily, I didn't bet with you. Otherwise, I would have lost miserably. He took out some ointment and smeared it on his face, gradually restoring his swollen face. It seemed that he still valued his image. Seeing Qin Xiang and Zhu Rong walking over, Yin Xiaodao laughed. Old pig, now you know how strong elder brother Shin is. I think you should continue being C. Oh, C. KY in the future. Zhu Rong only snorted. Losing to Qin Xiang is a very normal thing. Even if you were to fight him, you would also lose. But you were so complacent before, and you thought that Qin Xiang could not even withstand one blow, and now you're the one who can't even take one blow. Of course, Yin Xiaodao would not let go of this opportunity, and scolded Zhu Rong to his heart's content. Qin Xiang was dragged to the side. Leng Yulan had already seen the power Qin Xiang had displayed. It was much stronger than what she had imagined. Brother, I didn't expect you to have such a good foundation. This will be more interesting. Leng Yulan laughed. Although she did not see Zhu Rong as a good example, looking at her like this, she still felt that she would win. W-A-N-G Jeans. H-I plus said, Yulan, you've already seen it. Your brother isn't weak. He still has many moves that he hasn't used yet. Don't underestimate him. Ji Meixian and Xue Ying were both in the second round, so Xue Ying lost to a tall and skinny man. This man came from the devil-killing divine city, and was rather strong, and had the ability to restrain beasts. Ji Meixian's opponent was not strong, so she could easily win. Soon, the second round had finished. Half of the partic, 1 P, ants had already left. Next, there was the drawing of lots for the third round. Many people had been injured in the first 2 rounds, so they had 4 hours to heal. After drawing lots, Qin Xiang did not meet his acquaintance. Instead, it was Yin Xiaodao and Ji Meixian who met. After the 2 rounds, another half of the contestants were eliminated. Qin Xiang had defeated his opponent with ease, lost to Yin Xiaodao, and Yin Xiaodao had won with difficulty. There were only 16 people left. Next up would be the 8 groups of contestants. After the third round of lot drawing, Leng Yulan was wild with joy because she had finally become Qin Xiang's opponent, and Mu Qianxiang, unluckily, knew how to fight Yin Xiaodao. It had to be said that of the 16, only Leng Yulan and Mu Qianxiang were females. Although there had been many females from other forces before, all of them had been defeated and they had no choice but to withdraw. 6 hours should be enough time for you to recover. This time, they were given more time because in the last round of the battle, many of the opponents they had encountered were all very strong. Some of the injuries were not light, and with the help of high-level medicinal pills, their recovery speed was also very fast. In these 6 hours, Leng Yulan actually closed his eyes to rest and adjusted his own state. She knew that Qin Xiang was very strong, and in order to have a good fight, she had to adjust herself to her best state and at the same time adjust her own state of mind. She reminded herself that she should not underestimate Qin Xiang. After resting, Qin Xiang walked onto the stage. Leng Yulan followed behind him with a serious face, but she suddenly became nervous. Mu Qianxiang also wanted to see the battle between Qin Xiang and herself, but she wanted to fight against Yun Xiaodao. Yun Xiaodao was not weak either, so she needed to fight seriously as well. If only Qin Xiang had 6 divine deity, all of his opponents would have been killed instantly by him. Zhu Rong said, "Amen, his bones is very powerful. We have also eaten many bone-level Dan, but we are unable to condense bones. Could it be that condensing bones requires a very strong physical body?" Duan Sanchong said, "Qin Xiang is a madman who cultivates the body. It looks like if we want to cultivate bones under the Supreme Ji, we must first strengthen our own body." XV Weilong had the same thought. Chen Xiang had fought with Lung Yulan before as well, but at that time the difference in their strengths was too great, and now they were extremely close. Lung Yulan suddenly laughed. "Bro, I think I can beat you." "I am not being arrogant. This is the confidence that you must have in a battle. If you don't even have that confidence, then I don't need to fight anymore." Chan Xiang nodded. "That's right. We must not be cowardly. This is a good thing. I won't hold back after a while. I also want to see how strong you are." Qin Xiang and Lung Yulan stood there and did not attack. After the shouting started, they looked at each other and then moved together, attacking towards each other at an extremely fast speed. When Lung Yulan took a step forward, a pair of jade fists were covered in a layer of purple frost. The two of them moved extremely fast, and before Lung Yulan could even get close to Qin Xiang, he threw out a punch. What surprised Qin Xiang was that there was actually a white, gigantic sword SLAs. Plussing towards him. Lung Yulan's transformation just now was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he had already condensed an enormous frost sword from the extremely terrifying, icy, cold power. Weapons are not allowed to be used in battles, but this type of profound strength divine weapon that is condensed from mysterious power can be used. Lung Yulan was an expert in using the sword, and only with the sword would she be able to unleash her strongest power, so she had released a portion of the mysterious power from the very beginning, condensing it into a type of weapon to use. This also meant that from the very beginning, she had consumed a portion of her mysterious power. She did not plan to keep the battle going, but to end it quickly. That's right. Letting your advantage be used in battle will only benefit you. Qin Xiang laughed. As he spoke, Lung Yulan had already thrust it out several times, although they did not pierce him. Each of the frigid sword qi formed a vortex that reverberated across the stage. As Chen Xiang was enveloped by the icy cold power, he also felt cold. He anxiously used his energy to resist. Lung Yulan's cold energy was used pretty well, and could actually invade his body. Lung Yulan suddenly raised her giant icy sword high up and shouted. An array formation was instantly condensed on top of it, and seeing the array patterns, Qin Xiang was shocked. Lung Yulan had actually set up the array from the very beginning. After he discovered it now, it was already too late. Because Lung Yulan had already activated the killing array, countless gigantic ice swords flew down from the formation and stabbed down like a sudden rain. Qin Xiang was already locked on, as though his body had a suction force. The ice great sword that was falling down from the great array was flying towards him. No matter how he dodged, it would always hit his body. Qin Xiang did not dodge, because with this unnecessary action, he did not know what powerful array Lung Yulan used to actually have such a miraculous power. Qin Xiang did not dodge, because with this unnecessary action, he did not know what powerful array Lung Yulan used to actually have such a miraculous power. At this moment, raging flames were raging under his skin. He had used the scorching sun, heavenly elephant from his art of breeding heavenly elephants to make his body feel the scorching heat on the surface of the scorching sun. In just 10 breaths of time, Qin Xiang felt as if he was being pierced by over 1,000 of these cold great swords. The killing array that Lung Yulan used was not simple. If he did not focus his attention to deal with it, he would definitely die here. Qin Xiang understood this type of killing array the best. The killing array stopped its attack. The runes floating in the air slowly dimmed down. The place was filled with the icy cold power that Lung Yulan had released. the runes that were quickly forming in mid-air could instantly form an array pattern. This must have been done many times. Chen Xiang never thought that the who always hated spirit grain could actually train to such an extent. Leng Yulan was still far away, and she knew that it was extremely dangerous to approach Qin Xiang, especially that fist strike Qin Xiang used to attack him was something she secretly remembered in her heart. The moment Qin Xiang got close to her, if she could not push him back, it would be extremely dangerous. Right after the ice sword killing formation ended, Chen Xiang felt that something was wrong with the ice beneath his feet. He instantly thought of something and jumped fiercely, but his legs were firmly held back and he was actually unable to raise his feet. So all of that was done on purpose to distract me. The formation beneath my feet is. Just as Chen Xiang reacted, Leng Yulan had already rushed over from behind him. She used her large sword to slap him ruthlessly from the side, wanting to knock him down so that Chen Xiang would lose. However, the moment her ice great sword touched Chen Xiang's cheek, Qin Xiang's cheek suddenly turned into a red-hot lump of metal. When her ice sword touched Qin Xiang's extremely hot cheek, it directly melted into mist. "Come here." Chen Xiang channeled his energy with his two swords, and the thick ice beneath his feet started to spin, turning into a vortex. Leng Yulan, who was standing far away, suddenly appeared in front of Qin Xiang in the blink of an eye, and she was actually brought over by Qin Xiang. Spatial energy. Leng Yulan was extremely shocked. She had never seen spatial energy of this level before. Without her permission, he actually allowed her to move, and under normal circumstances would require her to be in a relaxed state to be able to move. Right now, she was fighting and did not relax at all. But Chen Xiang had actually managed to get her here without anyone noticing. "Hey!" Qin Xiang laughed. The impact of the Meteor Immortal Power's punch had already struck towards Leng Yulan's jade face. Surprised, Leng Yulan immediately wanted to retreat, but found himself stepping on the ground, his fist accurately landing on her face. Ah. The moment Qin Xiang's fist struck, she could only block it with her face, but of course she was still in great pain. Leng Yulan was originally going to be knocked flying, but when she flew to the edge of the fighting stage for some reason, she suddenly changed directions and flew towards Chen Xiang, who was in the middle of the stage. She could very clearly see Chen Xiang's fist flying towards her, but right now, her face was flying towards Chen Xiang's fist. Boo! The shock wave produced by the explosion of his power was even more powerful than the shock wave caused by the frost above the arena, turning into ice crystals. Although Leng Yulan had also created a thick layer of ice to block on his face, the power of the Meteor Immortal Power was not only scorching hot, it also had a very strong penetrating power. Leng Yulan was completely dazed by Qin Xiang's punch. Divine Sense C trembled slightly, the sound reverberating throughout the air, and he immediately flew out of the fighting arena. Aya! Leng Yulan fell onto the ground, then sat up and shook her head. After her headache had lessened by a lot, she looked at Qin Xiang, who was giggling on the stage with a face full of resentment. I can try again. Leng Yulan was unconvinced. Bro, you're using your spatial power. This is not fair. Zhu Rong secretly rejoiced in his heart when he saw that Leng Yulan had been punched twice. If Chen Xiang had also used that spatial energy to play with him, then he would have truly become a pighead. After so many years, Chen Xiang's control over spatial energy had also improved greatly. Qin Xiang laughed. I never said I won't use it. It's also a part of my power. Yulan, when you go back, learn how to seal the S.P. C around you. Qin Xiang patted Yulan's head and laughed. You're already not bad. Your series of attacks just now surprised me. Of course. Even if I don't use spatial force, I can defeat you. However, I need a bit more time, so I want to end it quickly. Seeing Chen Xiang easily defeat Leng Yulan, everyone had a new understanding of his current strength. What made them fearful was that Chun Xiang had still hidden terrifying strength, and it was far from being as simple as it seemed on the surface. All right, I admit defeat. Lang Yulan pouted and said, just now, she had personally felt Chun Xiang's meteor immortal power, and it was truly terrifying. In order to block these 2 punches, she had already used the majority of her mysterious power. If she had blocked a few more punches, her divine sense would have been hollowed out. At this time, Mu Qianxiang and Yin Xiaodao were still engaged in an intense battle, and Mu Qianxiang was actually suppressed by Yin Xiaodao. Chun Xiang could not help but frown, and Yin Xiaodao's hidden strength also surprised him. This little Yin actually did not bring out his true strength against W.A.N. Ji Jing. On the contrary, using schemes and tricks, look at W.A.N. Ji Jing. His face is turning green. Zhu Rong laughed out loud. Looks like this guy will use the same tactics on whoever he wants to deal with. Chun Xiang nodded his head. He felt that if he were to use that tactic on W.A.N. Ji Jing, he would definitely win, and it would not consume too much energy, and he would not reveal his true strength. That's why he acted like that. At the same time, he treated the battlefield as a training ground. Xiao Xiang's ultimate move has been called. Lang Yulan suddenly shouted. The entire stage started to tremble. 6 swords of different shapes surrounded Mu Qianxiang, and these were not real swords. Qin Xiang was shocked. What is this? After Mu Qianxiang fell into a difficult situation and was just about to be defeated by Yin Xiaodao, the moment she released these 6 divine swords, which surrounded her body, Yin Xiaodao immediately did not dare to get closer. Let's go! Mu Qianxiang controlled the 6 swords to fly towards Yin Xiaodao. Yin Xiaodao retreated a few steps. He was fully prepared to counterattack, but all of the 6 swords suddenly turned into rays of light and lit up Yin Xiaodao. Surprisingly, this ray of light had a strong impact, causing him to feel as if his body was struck by a flying boulder. B-A-S-T-A-R-D. Yin Xiaodao cursed under his breath and then was flung off the stage. Good news! Pride of the World, limited to 1 day on June 11th and read the free channel. Please take note. /r/375845849/ CM = M 3500005.